Hello, hello, chat. How's it going? Thank you for the follow, Spectre Banana. Hi, Haru. Hi. Hi, cutie. Thank you for the follow, Seno. Yeah, we're gonna have a comfy day today. It'll be nice and quiet. We'll read. Let me know if the storm's a little too loud. I have the power. I have the power to stop the storm. Amidane. Thank you for the follow, McKing Will. Mic's a little low? Okay. Let me fix that really quickly. We'll just make the rain a little less loud. Sora! Thank you for the sub, the resub. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's good? Okay. Okay. Is it actually raining there? Well, if you look behind me, it's a little rainy. Just a little bit rainy. Are you making that rain all by yourself? Am I? So, unfortunately, since I'm using the fancy microphone, you will hear me click with my mouse. That's just gonna happen. Sorry about that. You like the rain? I'm glad to hear that. We're gonna have nice rainy vibes. It's gonna be nice. Wait, turn that on, and thank you, Hawk, for the raid. I appreciate it. Will we be able to hear the headpads? Probably not, unless I accidentally start bumping the microphone. Surprise raid, Kappa! Has the headpad limit been fixed? I'm not sure. Hopefully it is. Smile! But yeah, you'll notice that some of the channel redeems today are turned off. That's just so I can maintain the atmosphere for it, so that way I can put it later. How are you today? I'm doing good. How are you? We're gonna have a nice chill time. Cozy vibes. Paramedic, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to girldm's special event stream. Whoa, headpads do go burr though. Got your headpads in? Good. Yes, I see it, people. Don't worry. I got 2 of them. I got 2 soft nyan-nyans. There's 3 soft. Okay. Nyan-nyan. 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 There we go. We got 3 of them taken care of there. Yeah, Rena, welcome. Welcome to the special 3,000 follower special event. I will not fall asleep, but comfy? Is it comfy? Rain sounds great. It's been a long time since it rained here. Yeah, same here. To this level. Usually we have thunderstorms. So it's kind of nice to have the thunder rolling in the background there. Hello, big stinky boy. Thought Higurashi. How was your day? It was pretty good. How was yours, Smoke King? You're already almost to 4K. This could evolve into a different milestone. We'll have to see how it goes. So I haven't done ASMR style stuff before, so this is a new adventure. I have recorded an audiobook before, so but not one where I'm talking very softly into a microphone. Ken, thank you so much for the resub. Has redeemed Heckencheer Girl DM. Omae wa shinjiro, omae wa shinjiru, arigato. Hello, Cat Coach. Welcome to ASMR time. I was supposed to be in the dark. It's pretty spoopy atmosphere today. Sir. Hello, Sir. We're to 94 head pats. Gotta get the head pats out of the way before we start reading, hey? I'm doing good, how are you? Seen all them head pats? Meowky, no. Kawaii voice, thank you. We'll have to see how good I can. Ooh, Cheer Pat Bot does it in red decks now. That's cool. What's soft nyan nyan? It's when I lean really closely into the microphone and go nyan nyan, like that. That's soft nyan nyan. Okay, we are at 100 head pats, so we gotta get through the head pats. And hopefully this loops properly. It does loop. You see it as red text? Yeah, I see the color change. Ore wa shinjiro, omae wo shinjiru, ore wo shinjiro. We got a free soft nyan nyan. Yes, as a sample nyan nyan there. There's a girldm audiobook out there? Yes, there is. I've read an audiobook that was a zombie romance novel. It's on Audible. Good luck following it. Hee hee hee. Popping in from Silverstream. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow, Darin. Welcome, welcome to girldm. That's me. Gave Hawkbar full permission. If anything goes wrong, you can blame it on me. Heck. How much did I miss? You haven't missed anything yet. Don't worry, we're just getting started. I started a little bit late, because I needed to eat dinner first. What book? Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna do a poll so that we can choose which ones to read first, okay? Sponsored by Audible? No, I actually, I have a account with Audible, so I can record it. Cthulhu book? No Cthulhu book this time. What's on the menu? Well, we'll take a look before, after I do my head pats, okay? Sir Error, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome to girldm special event stream. I'm girldm. I'm Jack Rock, thank you for the follow. What's your dream car? One of the ones that looks like a toaster that has the hamster commercials. Okay, let's get these head pats out of the way. Some comfy head pats, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 100 head pats. Cal's Rivi, welcome, welcome to girldm, and Jack Rock. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome to special girldm event. Head has been thoroughly patted. We got it. 100 head pat streak. There we go. Okay, so let me turn on my options. Merlin, thank you for the 2 months. Heck and heck. Oh hi, oh hi. So here are our options, okay? Background noise makes me think Riders in the Storm is going to start playing any second. Just a bit. Alright, so the options we have here is I have a really nice selection of fairy tales that are from around the world. And Canon Senpai, thank you for the resub. Thank you, thank you. Once the reading actually starts, I will not be able to thank people until we get to the end of the stories, okay? Because I want to keep the reading experience full across the way, right? So, we have fairy tale stories with a whole bunch of like really well-known ones. So we have like Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast, Snow White and Rose Red, Six Swans. We also have Edgar Allan Poe. And these ones are what one was this? Short stories. Happy to catch your stream, happy for you to be here. Oh, we have ghost stories. Famous modern ghost stories. Ooh. Hello, Authentic Mind Flavor. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, Fox. Well, subscribe. Sorry, thank you for the subscription. Oh, I might need to move my alert box. Let's move this up here. There we go. Pretty excited. Oh boy. Thank you for making your chime soft. Yes, I've adjusted all of the audio so that all of the notification sounds for today's stream will be nice and quiet, and they shouldn't be too jarring if someone follows or subscribes during it. How modern are public domain ghost stories? This is from 1921, so pretty modern. Is the storm getting louder? Yeah, it gets louder and it gets quieter. I'll try to talk at about this level for most of it, so the thunder shouldn't. You have class tomorrow? No worries, no worries. Wondering if you're going for the gruesome kind of fairy tales. Hee. So, I'm gonna make a poll really quickly. And we're gonna choose what we want to start off with, okay? Thank you for the subscription, The Legend of Brian. I appreciate it. Let's see. And Pyro Salamander, thank you for the subscription. Let's see. Okay. We're gonna make this. This will be a 1-minute poll, okay? Usagi Shiro, thank you. Oh, Clarge! I didn't notice, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, I've got a poll running. It's a 1-minute poll. Do we want to start with international fairy tales, or do we want to start with Edgar Allan Poe? Love my voice? Thank you. Normally I'm a little bit louder, though. I noticed. Thank you, Clarge. Big heckin' cheers for you. Whoa, I lose all sorts of tracking when I drink water. Paying the comfy forward. Ah, thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, Maho Shojoriri. Hi. Comfy stream. Ah, Bazooka, you're crazy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. The hype train notification is covering my other one. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we're gonna start with Edgar Allan Poe. Let me find, that's Modern Ghost Stories. There we go, Edgar Allan Poe. Thank you, Sora, for the gift sub to Riri. Thank you. I'm gonna try to keep, I have to keep the hype down. Don't make too much hype. I have to keep my voice down for the stream. It's ASMR. Yes, this is the Raven edition. So, let's see. We have here... My favorite one is actually the Cask of Amontillado. Mild hype for you. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. The Cask of Amontillado is my favorite one. I also really like The Pit and the Pendulum. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna read the Cask of Amontillado first, and then we're gonna take another vote to see if we want to keep with doing more Edgar Allan Poe, or if we want to swap over to a fairy tale, okay? Miss the headpats? Oh no, tuxedo! Sinking into a beanbag chair, perfect for comfy stream. Yes! It's a good one. Yeah, I love that one. Everyone knows the Mask of Red Death, but Cask of Amontillado sometimes isn't as known. Kagari, thank you very much for the subscription. And thank you for the follow, Ducked Head. Yep, fairy tales are all sorts of fun. Alright, let me just move this over here so I can read it. Should have prepared some tea beforehand. Don't worry, I'll take a slight pause in between stories, okay? So that way we can go between, right? Wow. Every time I drink water, it just does not want me to have tracking anymore. I'm gonna wait for this car to go by. Okay. Are you ready, stream? We're gonna get started, okay? Meowky, thank you for the gift sub. Coin sound was so satisfying. Yeah, I customized them a bit. How long have you been streaming? Apollo, do you mean for today or start of my channel? For today, we've been on for about 22 minutes. For the channel, I started on May 7th. I'll be listening, the lady won't be typing though because I need to have a heckin' nap. That's what this stream's for. If everybody falls asleep in the chat, that is 100% fine. Whiskey and ready? Okay, okay. Giving everybody time to settle down. To hop in a bit. Hello, Maku. May 7th of this year? Yes, Apollo. That is correct. Thank you for the follow, Blitz. Got some Edgar Allan Poe, yes. Alright. So, let's get started. The Cask of Amontillado. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitively settled, but the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt, such to him who has done no wrong. With Nyan time? With Nyan time. With Nyan time. With Nyan time. It must be understood, Nyan, that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my goodwill, Nyan. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at thought of his immolation, Nyan. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared, Nyan Nyan. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine, Nyan. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit, Nyan. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires, Nyan Nyan. In painting and gemmary, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack, but in the matter of old wines he was sincere, Nyan Nyan. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could, Nyan Nyan. It was about dusk one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season that I encountered my friend, Nyan. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much, Nyan Nyan. The man wore motley, Nyan. He had on a tight-fitting, party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells, Nyan. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand, Nyan. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met, Nyan. How remarkably well you are looking today, Nyan. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts, Nyan." "How?" said he. "Amontillado, Nyan. A pipe, Nyan. Impossible. And in the middle of a carnival, Nyan." "I have my doubts," I replied, Nyan. "And I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter, Nyan Nyan. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain, Nyan." "Amontillado, Nyan." I have my doubts, Nyan. Amontillado, Nyan. And I must satisfy them, Nyan. Amontillado, Nyan. As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucchesi. Nyan. If anyone has critical turn, it is he. He will tell me, Nyan. Lucchesi cannot tell Amontillado from Sherry, Nyan. And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own, Nyan. Come, let us go, Nyan. Whither, Nyan? To your vaults, Nyan. My friend, no. I will not impose upon your good nature, Nyan. I perceive you have an engagement with Lucchesi, Nyan. I have no engagement. Come, Nyan. My friend, no, Nyan. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted, Nyan. The vaults are insufferably damp, Nyan. They are encrusted with nitre, Nyan. Let us go, nevertheless, Nyan. The cold is merely nothing, Nyan. Amontillado. You have been opposed upon, Nyan. And as for Lucchesi, he cannot distinguish Sherry from Amontillado. Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm, Nyan. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a reliquaire closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. Nyan. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time, Nyan. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house, Nyan. These orders were sufficient, I knew well, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned, Nyan. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults, Nyan. I passed down a long and winding staircase, Nyan, requesting him to be cautious as he followed, Nyan. We came at length to the foot of the descent and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors, Nyan. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode, Nyan. The pipe, said he, Nyan. It is farther on, Nyan, said I. But observe the white webwork which gleams from these cavern walls, Nyan. He turned towards me and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of intoxication, Nyan. Nitre? He asked at length, Nyan. Nitre, I replied. How long have you had that cough, Nyan Nyan? Ugh, 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 ugh. My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes, Nyan. It is nothing, he said at last, Nyan. Come, I said with decision. We will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible, Nyan. Besides, there is Lucchesi, Nyan. Enough, he said. The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me, Nyan. I shall not die of a cough, Nyan. True, true, I replied. And indeed, I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily. But you should use all proper caution, Nyan. A draught of this medoc will fend us from the damps, Nyan. Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle, which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mold. Nyan. Drink, I said, presenting him with wine, Nyan. He raised it to his lips with a leer, Nyan. He paused and nodded to me familiarly, while his bells jingled, Nyan. I drink, he said, to the buried that repose around us, Nyan. And I to your long life, Nyan. He again took my arm and we proceeded, Nyan. These vaults, he said, are extensive, Nyan. The Montresors, I replied, were a great and numerous family, Nyan. I forget your arms, Nyan. A huge human foot door in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel, Nyan. And the motto, Nyan? Nemo me impune lacit. Good, he said, Nyan. The wine sparkled in his eyes and the bells jingled, Nyan. My own fancy grew warm with the medoc. We had passed through walls of piled bones with casks and puncheons intermingling into the innermost recesses of the catacombs, Nyan. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by an arm above the elbow, Nyan. The nitre, I said. See, it increases, Nyan. It hangs like moss upon the vaults, Nyan. We are below the river's bed, Nyan. The drops of moisture trickle amongst the bones, Nyan. Come, we will go back ere it is too late, Nyan. Your cough. It is nothing, he said. Let us go on. But first, another draught of the Medoc, Nyan. I broke and reached him a flagon of the Degave. He emptied it at a breath, Nyan. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, Nyan. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation that I did not understand, Nyan. I looked at him in surprise, Nyan. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one, Nyan. You do not comprehend, he said, Nyan. Not I replied, Nyan. Then you are not of the Brotherhood, Nyan. How, Nyan? You are not of the Masons, Nyan. Yes, I said. Yes, Nyan. You? Impossible, Nyan. A Mason, Nyan. A Mason, I replied, Nyan. A sign, he said, Nyan. It is this, I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my reliquaire. Nyan. You jest, he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. But let us proceed to the Amontillado. Be it so, I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak, and again offering him my arm. Nyan. He leaned upon it heavily, Nyan. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt, in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeau rather to glow than flame, Nyan. At the most remote end of the crypt, there appeared another less spacious, Nyan. Its walls had been lined with human remains, Nyan, piled to the vault overhead in the fashion of the great catacombs in Paris, Nyan. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner, Nyan. From the fourth, the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, Nyan, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall, thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess. Are there really 2 Nyan times? Nyan! Okay, Nyan. Let's see, where was I? Okay. Within the walls, thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7, Nyan. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use in itself, Nyan, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite, Nyan. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depths of the recess, Nyan. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see, Nyan. Proceed, I said. Herein is the Amontillado, Nyan. As for Lucchesi, he is an ignoramus, interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels, Nyan. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered, Nyan. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite, Nyan. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally, Nyan. From these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock, Nyan. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it, Nyan. He was too much astounded to resist, Nyan. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess, Nyan. Pass your hand, I said, over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp, Nyan. Once more, let me implore you to return, Nyan. No? Then I must positively leave you, Nyan. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power, Nyan. The Amontillado, ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment, Nyan. True, I replied. The Amontillado. As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar, Nyan. With these materials and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche, Nyan. I had scarcely laid the first tier of my masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off, Nyan. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depth of the recess, Nyan. It was not the cry of a drunken man, Nyan. There was then a long and obstinate silence, Nyan. I laid the second tier, and the third, and the fourth, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain, Nyan. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might have hearkened to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat upon the bones, Nyan. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel and finished without interruption the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh tier, Nyan. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the masonwork, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within, Nyan. A succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back, Nyan. For a brief moment, I hesitated, I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess, but the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied, Nyan. I reapproached the wall, Nyan. I replied to the yells of him who clamored, Nyan. I re-echoed, I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength, Nyan. I did this, and the clamorer grew still, Nyan. It was now midnight, Nyan, and my task was drawing to a close, Nyan. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. Nyan, I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in, Nyan. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position, Nyan. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head, Nyan. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato, Nyan. The voice said, "Ha ha ha, he, a very good joke indeed, an excellent jest, Nyan. We will have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo. Ha 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 ha, over our wine, he he he, Nyan. The Amontillado, I said. He 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 he, yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late, Nyan? Will they be awaiting us at the palazzo, Nyan? The Lady Fortunato and the rest, Nyan. Let us be gone, Nyan." "Yes," I said. "Let us be gone, Nyan." "For the love of God, mon trésor, Nyan." "Yes," I said. "For the love of God, Nyan." But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply, Nyan. I grew impatient, Nyan. I called aloud, Nyan. "Fortunato, Nyan." No answer. I called again. "Fortunato." No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within, Nyan. There came forth in return only a jingling of the bells, Nyan. My heart grew sick, on account of the dampness of the catacombs, Nyan. I hastened to make an end of my labor, Nyan. I forced the last stone into its position, Nyan. I plastered it up, Nyan. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones, Nyan. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. Nyan. There we go, Nyan. Cask of Amontillado. Patch, 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 patch. Amontillado. Thank you so much for all the followers. Hello, hello. Sorry for the stream. I'm going to adjust my my timer bot. I do have one that's for when I have ASMR up. We're gonna make it so it goes every... There we go. I updated it. Patch. A good short story. Hey Luna, happy 3 months. All the VTubers who are at the top of my friends list for Twitter. Hey, that's awesome. Thank you, Mina. Thank you. Okay, let me just quickly nyan. Hello, followers, nyan. Let me just turn on... I don't have all my notifications on, nyan. That's a problem, nyan. Let's see here. Hang on 1 second, nyan. For the bits, Orbital Bubs and Maximus Desu, nyan. Thank you very much, nyan, for the biddies, nyan. And for the subs, nyan. Thank you, Kagari, nyan, and Authentic Lime Flavor, nyan. And I saw there was an anonymous gift sub. Thank you very much, nyan. Sorry, nyan. The links, nyan. Here, let me just move this down a little bit so it's a little more visible, nyan. I typo no worries, nyan. No worries, nyan. Meowky, thank you for the gift subs, nyan. I can get wrecked, queen. That's the point. Good. If we got Haru to fall asleep, perfect. Okay. So, So we just did Edgar Allan Poe. So now I want to do one of the international fairy tales. So hang on a second. Gotta scroll through all of this forward. Gotta beat up a magical girl. Oh no. Okay, so we have nursery tales, poems, kids' favorite stories, old-fashioned poems, fables. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Escons. Welcome to girldm. Don't fight. It's cozy chill stream. It's not fight stream. I have 5k from Nyan time. Oh no, Nyan. Okay, so I'm gonna write up a poll really quick. Let's see. We have India, Scandinavia, Germany, English, French, Celtic, Japanese. Let's see here. Okay, /poll. Nyan. Dismiss, nyan. Safe, nyan. Thank you, Fox, for the biddies, nyan. Is it going to be in English? Yes, it will, nyan. Yes, it will. /poll. Nyan. Let's see, nyan. Nyan. Let's see here, nyan. Oh, we'll do... There we go, nyan. This one will give us 2 minutes, okay, nyan? Thought it was Thunder IRL. No, nyan. I forgot to put some nyans in, so I'm throwing some free nyans in, nyan. I would like there is the cheaper option if you would like a soft nyan. Man, it does not like me drinking water this time. Anytime you see me like staring up like this, it's because I'm drinking water, okay, nyan? What soft nyan do? It's me leaning very closely to the microphone and doing soft nyans. We have different flavors of nyan this time because my regular point redeems aren't ones that would be appropriate for the current stream. Hey Sausage, how's it going? Welcome to the special event stream. Oh. Nyan. There you go, Iruchi. Hi Sleep, I saw you when you came in. Sorry. You doing good, nyan? Good. And SPC Boom, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it, Nyan. No fangs while voting? Oh, I can show fangs. Would you like to see fangs? Ah, we can show fangs. Ah, chomp, chomp. Is that good? Soft chomps because it's ASMR mode, so I have to be quiet. I'm in VC, I can barely hear you. Uh-oh, you'll have to turn down the VC, I'm sorry. Oh, Celtic. I'm gonna do Celtic. Okay. Celtic stories. Okay. Let's see here. Might have gone for Germany if it was in German. Oh, man, if it was in German, that would be really hard. Yeah, Saigami, sorry, that's just a function of my microphone. I have plans to get a new one. Sorry. Thank you for the follow, Hyrune. Okay. We have the King O'Toole and his ghost. Yeah, we'll understand it. Yeah. It'll be in English, don't worry. These are all gonna be in English. Let's see. I'm torn between King O'Toole, the haughty princess, and the golden hair. The haughty princess? You can try that one. Mr. Sevan, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to girldm. That's me. What mic are you using? This is a Yeti. This is a blue Yeti. Oh, goodness. They did not separate that out properly. There we go, okay. You tell the story, but before you translate them to their original language. Oh no. I do have some Japanese fairy tales that are in Japanese, but that will be a little bit difficult to do. Hi, Yabo. Hello, Nightmare. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so when I'm reading, I unfortunately can't look at chat because the chat is over here, the reading's over here, and when I'm reading the story, I don't want to get lost, okay? Are you above the average reader in efficiency? I'm not sure. I can only understand Nyaglish. Oh no. Yamete? What am I yameteing? Okay. So, let me just drink some water quickly before this. This is a stream that requires a lot of hydration. There we go. Nyanglish. Okay. We're reading Celtic. Yes, we are. Miauki. Good job contributing points. We're on the Celtics. Okay, so I'm gonna start reading now. I'll check back in with you guys after we finish the story, okay? So let's just get nice and cozy. And we're gonna read about the haughty princess. There once was a very worthy king, whose daughter was the greatest beauty that could be seen far or near, but she was as proud as Lucifer, and no king or prince would she agree to marry. Her father was tired out at last, and invited every king and prince and duke and earl that he knew, or didn't know, to come to his court to give her one trial more. They all came, and the next day, after breakfast, they stood in a row on the lawn, and the princess walked along in front of them to make her choice. Nyan. One was fat, and says she, I won't have you, beer barrel, Nyan. One was tall and thin, and to him she said, I won't have you, ramrod, Nyan. To a white-faced man she said, I won't have you, pale death, Nyan. And to a red-cheeked man she said, I won't have you, coxcomb, Nyan. She stopped a little before the last of all, for he was a fine man in face and form, Nyan. She wanted to find some defect in him, but he had nothing remarkable but a ring of brown curling hair under his chin, Nyan. She admired him a little, and then carried off with, I won't have you, Whiskers, Nyan. Let me make this a little bit smaller, sorry. There we go, Nyan. So all went away, and the king was so vexed he said to her, Now, to punish your impudence, I'll give you the first beggarman or singing sronsush that calls, and, as sure as the hearth money, a fellow all over rags, with hair that came to his shoulders and a bushy red beard all over his face, came next morning and began to sing before the parlor window, Nyan. When the song was over, the hall door was opened, the singer asked in, the priest brought, and the princess married to Beardy, Nyan. She roared and she bawled, but her father didn't mind her, Nyan. There, says he to the bridegroom, is 5 guineas for you, Nyan. Take your wife out of my sight, and never let me lay eyes on you or her again, Nyan. Off he led her, and dismal enough she was, Nyan. The only thing that gave her relief was the tones of her husband's voice and his gentle manners, Nyan. Whose wood is this? Said she, as they were going through one, Nyan. It belongs to the king you called Whiskers yesterday, Nyan. He gave her the same answer about meadows and cornfields, and at last a fine city, Nyan. Ah, what a fool I was, said she to herself, Nyan. He was a fine man, and I might have him for a husband, Nyan. At last they were coming up to a poor cabin, Nyan. Why are you bringing me here? Says the poor lady. This was my house, said he, and now it's yours, Nyan. She began to cry, but she was tired and hungry, and she went in with him, Nyan. Ovoch! There was neither a table laid out nor a fire burning, and she was obliged to help her husband light it and boil their dinner, and clean up the place after. And the next day he made her put on a stuff gown and a cotton handkerchief, Nyan. When she had her house readied up, and no business to keep her employed, he brought home sallies, peeled them, and showed her how to make baskets, Nyan. But the hard twigs bruised her delicate fingers, and she began to cry, Nyan. Well, then he asked her to mend their clothes, but the needle drew blood from her fingers, and she cried again, Nyan. He couldn't bear to see her tears, so he bought a creel of earthenware and sent her to the market to sell them, Nyan. This was the hardest trial of all, but she looked so handsome and sorrowful, and had such a nice air about her, that all her pans and jugs and plates and dishes were gone before noon, and the only mark of her old pride she showed was a slap she gave to a bucking across the face when he asked her an impudent question, Nyan. Well, her husband was so glad he sent her with another creel the next day, but faith, Nyan, her luck was after deserting her, Nyan. A drunken huntsman came up riding, and his beast got in among her ware, and made a brish of every mother's son of 'em. Nyan, she went home crying, and her husband wasn't at all pleased, Nyan. I see, said he. You're not fit for business, Nyan. Come along. I'll get you a kitchen maid's place in the palace, Nyan. I know the cook, Nyan. So the poor thing was obliged to stifle her pride once more, Nyan. She was kept very busy, and the footman and their butler would be very impudent about looking for a kiss, but she let a screech out of her the first attempt was made, and the cook gave the fellow such a lambasting with the besom that he had made no second offer, Nyan. She went home to her husband every night, and she carried broken victuals wrapped in papers in her side pockets, Nyan. A week after she got service, there was a great bustle in the kitchen, Nyan. The king was going to be married, but no one knew who the bride was to be, Nyan. Well, in the evening, the cook filled the princess's pockets with cold meat and puddings, and, says she, "Before you go, let us have a look at the great doings in the big parlor, Nyan." So they came near the door to get a peep, and who should come out but the king himself, as handsome as you please, and no other but King Whiskers himself, Nyan. "Your handsome helper must pay for her peeping," said he to the cook, "and dance a jig with me, Nyan." Whether she would or no, he held her hand and brought her into the parlor, Nyan. The fiddler struck up, and away went him with her, Nyan. But they hadn't danced 2 steps when the meat and the puddings flew out of her pockets, Nyan. Everyone roared out, and she flew to the door, crying piteously, "Nyan." But she was soon caught by the king and taken into the back parlor, Nyan. "Don't you know me, my darling?" said he, Nyan. "I'm both King Whiskers, your husband the ballad singer, and the drunken huntsman, Nyan. Your father knew me well enough when he gave you to me, and all was to drive your pride out of you, Nyan. Well, she didn't know how she was with fright and shame and joy, Nyan. Love was uppermost anyhow, for she laid her head on her husband's breast and cried like a child, Nyan. The maids of honor soon had her away, and dressed her as fine as hands and pins could do it, and there were her mother and father too, Nyan. While the company were wondering what would be the end of the handsome girl and the king, he and his queen, who they didn't know in her fine clothes, came in, and such rejoicings and fine doings as there was, none of us will ever see anyway. Nyan. The end. Heckin' heck. That was just a big heckin' got him moment, Nyan. That was a big heckin' got him moment, Nyan. Heckin' heck, Nyan. Here, I've got an idea of something I should add here, Nyan. Select font, Nyan. I like this font, Nyan. That one, Nyan. There we go, Nyan. There we go, Nyan. How's that, Nyan? Can you do a soft heck and heck instead? Okay. Heck and heck, Nyan. There you go. Stay hydrated. Yes. Okay. Heck and clever. My headphones died. Oh no. Nyan rated. Yes, Nyan. I'll put the story title here, Nyan. Oh, Grüß Gott, by the way, Nyan. Grüß Gott, Nyan. Okay, so... Nihongo yamero? But Gandhi, I'm not using Japanese, Nyan. I heard Grüß Gott, here I am, Nyan. Hello, Rena. Grüß Gott. Okay, poll. Let's see here. What type of reading next? Edgar Allan Poe. And there we go. Start the poll off. Is that a Capri? Hi, Capri. Going to work. Have fun. See you later, Smoke King. Thanks for being here. There's a poll open. Check the poll for the next type of thing for us to read. It's Comfy Stream. Comfy Stream, Nyan. There, turn that off, Nyan. You're doing good. Keep up. Thank you, Nyan. Ah, okay, Nyan. Then you thought I meant yeah, that happens, nyan. That happens, nyan nyan. Drinking water, nyan. Nyan 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 nyan. Should I mute the mic to refill my water, or do you guys want to hear the sound of the water bottle? You helped me get my daughter to bed. Hey, happy to help, Kobold. You want to hear the water? Okay. Do the sound, then a big gulp. No, I don't like to make gulping sounds. Hang on, just a moment. Let me get the water bottle. Here's the water bottle. There we go. Did you hear the water bottle? It's glass. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pour some water. There we go, nyan nyan. Should do ASMR while playing a horror game, nyan? What do you mean, nyan? Oh, we have a ghost story, nyan. Okay. Water, not cat girl tears, nyan. No, cat girl tears come on Saturday, nyan nyan. Famous modern ghost stories. Here we go, nyan. So it says famous modern ones, but it was published in 1921. So we'll see how famous these are, nyan. Why Saturday? Oh, dip. Saturday is the horror game stream, nyan. Okay, so we have a selection here, nyan. We have the willows, the shadows on the wall, the messenger, Lazarus, the beast with 5 fingers, nyan, the massive shadows, what was it, the middle toe of the right foot, the shell of sense, the woman at 7 brothers, at the gate, Lygia? Oh, this is Edgar Allan Poe. The haunted orchard, the bowman, or a ghost. Massive shadows, willows. I don't see the big toe. This is the middle toe. Haunted orchard or middle toe. I don't think I know any other than Poe. I don't. Middle toe of the right foot, because feet. Wonder what a ghost is about. I wonder. Do we want to do the toe ones? Sounds like a reverse harem. The ghost seems appropriate. True. Okay, hang on. We're going to do another poll. I'm going to make this one a shorter one, though, okay? Well, tracking. Let's see. I'm going to make this one only 1 minute duration, okay? So hop onto the poll. Clickety clack, clickety clack, clack, clack. Bag needs ear holes though. True. Otherwise the bag will not fit over my head. I'm not sure where, Tigger. So all of these books that I'm reading are on Project Gutenberg. So these are all public domain stories. So that means the copyright has expired for them. So I'm guessing most of them should be safe to read. Hair thingy hole too? Yes. Hair hole is needed. There we go. Had to sit up in the chair. What's a normal name for the hair thingy? I call it heart hair in English. Middle toe. Middle toe is the one. Okay, it looks like we're going for middle toe. The middle toe of the right foot. There we go. That should help when people come in. Just because it says toe? Yep, here we go. Next stream will be the Iliad. The Iliad would take a really long time to read if I'm doing the whole thing. Okay, gonna drink. That's my second or third favorite toe. Edgar Allan toe. Yeah, ahoge is the other term for it. Okay, are you ready? Ambrose Bierce? Oh, do you recognize the name? You're reading the whole Iliad? Yes, we're gonna read the Odyssey as well. Thank you for the follow, Bad Spider. Welcome to a special event girldm stream. Welcome, welcome. Okay, are you guys ready? So remember, I won't be able to read chat until after the story is done, okay? Although I do see the notification. I have a separate notification image that pops up when you guys activate Nyan time, so that's why I'm able to see when that goes, okay? Wait, okay, I'm waiting, Dib. Stick bug. I do love me. Get stick bugged. Get stick bugged. Creator of the Devil's Dictionary, which is amazing. Oh, interesting. I see. That's cool. Okay. Okay, are you guys ready? I'm gonna read a horror story. It is well known that the old Manton house is haunted. In all the rural district near about, and even in the town of Marshall, a mile away, not one person of unbiased mind entertains a doubt of it. Incredulity is confined to those opinionated persons who will be called cranks as soon as the useful word shall have penetrated the intellectual dominions of the Marshall advance. The evidence that the house is haunted is of two kinds: the testimony of disinterested witnesses who have had ocular proof, and that of the house itself. The former may be disregarded and ruled out on any of the various grounds of objection, which may be urged against it by the ingenious, but facts within the observation of all are material and controlling. In the first place, the Manton house has been unoccupied by mortals for more than 10 years, and with its outbuildings is slowly falling into decay, a circumstance in itself the judicious will hardly venture to ignore. It stands a little way off the loneliest reach of the Marshall and Harrison Road, in an opening which was once a farm and is still disfigured with strips of rotting fence and half covered with brambles overrunning a stony and sterile soil long unacquainted with the plow. The house itself is in tolerably good condition, though badly weather-stained and in dire need of attention from the glazier, the smaller male population of the region having attested in the manner of its kind its disapproval of dwelling without dwellers. It's 2 stories in height, nearly square, its front pierced by a single doorway, flanked on each side by a window, boarded up to the very top. Corresponding windows above, not protected, serve to admit light and rain to the rooms of the upper floor. Grass and weeds grow pretty rankly all about, and a few shade trees, somewhat worse for wind, and leaning all in one direction, seem to be making a concerted effort to run away. In short, as the Marshalltown humorist explained in the columns of the Advance, the proposition that the Manton house is badly haunted is the only logical conclusion from the premises. The fact that in this dwelling Mr. Manton thought it expedient one night, some 10 years ago, to rise and cut the throats of his wife and 2 small children, and removing at once to another part of the country, has no doubt done its share in directing public attention to the fitness of the place for supernatural phenomena. To this house, one summer evening, came 4 men in a wagon. 3 of them promptly alighted, and the one who had been driving hitched the team to the only remaining post of what had been a fence. The The fourth remained seated in the wagon. "Come," said one of his companions, approaching him, while the others moved away in the direction of the dwelling. "This is the place." The man addressed did not move. "By God," he said harshly, "this is a trick, and it looks to me as if you were in it." "Perhaps I am," the other said, looking him straight in the face and speaking in a tone which had something of contempt in it. "You will remember, however, that the choice of place was with your own assent left to the other side. Of course, if you are afraid of spooks—" "I am afraid of nothing," the man interrupted with another oath and sprang to the ground. The two then joined the others at the door, which one of them had already opened with some difficulty, caused by rust of lock and hinge. All entered. Inside it was dark, but the man who had unlocked the door produced a candle and matches and made light. He then unlocked a door on their right, as they stood in the passage. This gave them the entrance to a large square room that the candle but dimly lighted. The floor had a thick carpeting of dust, which partly muffled their footfalls. Cobwebs were in the angles of the walls and descended from the ceiling like strips of rotting lace, making undulatory movements in the disturbed air. The room had 2 windows in adjoining sides, but from neither could anything be seen, except the rough interior surface of boards a few inches from the glass. There was no fireplace, no furniture. There was nothing besides the cobwebs and the dust. The 4 men were the only objects there which were not a part of the structure. Strange enough, they looked in the yellow light of the candle. The one who had so reluctantly alighted was especially spectacular. He might have been called sensational. He was of middle age, heavily built, deep-chested, and broad-shouldered. Looking at his figure, one would have said that he had a giant's strength. At his features, that he would use it like a giant. He was clean-shaven, his hair rather closely cropped and gray. His low forehead was seamed with wrinkles above the eyes, and over the nose these became vertical. The heavy black brows followed the same law, saved from meeting only by an upward turn at what would otherwise have been the point of contact. Deeply sunken beneath these, glowed in the obscure light a pair of eyes of uncertain color, but obviously enough too small. There was something forbidding in their expression, which was not bettered by the cruel mouth and wide jaw. The nose was well enough, as noses go. One does not expect much of noses. All that was sinister in the man's face seemed accentuated by an unnatural pallor. He appeared altogether bloodless. The appearance of the other men was sufficiently commonplace. They were such persons as one meets and forgets that he met. All were younger than the man described, between whom and the eldest of the others who stood apart there was apparently no kindly feeling. They avoided looking at each other. "Gentlemen," said the man holding the candle and the keys, "I believe everything is right. Are you ready, Mr. Rosser?" The man standing apart from the group bowed and smiled. "And you, Mr. Grossmith?" The heavy man bowed and scowled. "You will be pleased to remove your outer clothing." Their hats, coats, waistcoats, and neckwear were soon removed and thrown outside the door in the passage. The man with the candle now nodded, and the 4th man, he who had urged Grossman to leave the wagon, produced from the pocket of his overcoat 2 long, murderous-looking bowie knives, which he drew now from their leather scabbards. "They are exactly alike," he said, presenting one to each of the 2 principals, for by this time the dullest observer would have understood the nature of this meeting. It was to be a duel to the death. Each combatant took a knife, examined it critically near the candle, and tested the strength of the blade and handle across his lifted knee. Their persons were then searched in turn, each by the second of the other. "If it is agreeable to you, Mr. Grossmith," said the man holding the light, "you will place yourself in that corner." He indicated the angle of the room farthest from the door, whither Grossmith retired, his second parting from him with a grasp of the hand which had nothing of cordiality in it. In the angle nearest the door, Mr. Rosser stationed himself, and after a whispered consultation, his second left him, joining the other near the door. At that moment, the candle was suddenly extinguished, leaving all in profound darkness. This may have been done by a draught from the opened door. Whatever the cause, the effect was startling. "Gentlemen," said a voice which sounded strangely unfamiliar in the altered condition affecting the relations of the senses. "Gentlemen, you will not move until you hear the closing of the outer door." A sound of trampling ensued, then the closing of the inner door, and finally the outer one closed with a concussion which shook the entire building. A few minutes afterward, a belated farmer's boy met a light wagon which was being driven furiously toward the town of Marshall. He declared that behind the two figures on the front seat stood a third, with its hands upon the bowed shoulders of the others, who appeared to struggle vainly to free themselves from its grasp. This figure, unlike the others, was clad in white, and had undoubtedly boarded the wagon as it passed the haunted house. As the lad could boast considerable former experience with the supernatural thereabouts, his word had the weight justly due to the testimony of an expert. The story, in connection with the next day's events, eventually appeared in the advance, with some slight literary embellishments and a concluding intimation that the gentleman referred to would be allowed to the use of the paper's columns for their version of the night's adventure. But the privilege remained without a claimant. The events that led up to this duel in the dark were simple enough. One evening, 3 young men of the town of Marshall were sitting in a quiet corner of the porch of the village hotel, smoking and discussing such matters as 3 educated young men of a southern village would naturally find interesting. Their names were King, Sancher, and Rosser. At a little distance, within easy hearing, but taking no part in the conversation, sat a fourth. He was a stranger to the others. They had merely knew that on his arrival by the stagecoach that afternoon, he had written in the hotel register the name of Robert Grossmith. He had not been observed to speak to anyone except the hotel clerk. He seemed, indeed, singularly fond of his own company, or as the personnel of the Advance expressed it, grossly addicted to evil associations. But then, it should be said, in justice to the stranger, that the personnel was himself of a too convivial disposition fairly to judge one differently gifted, and had, moreover, experienced a slight rebuff in an effort at an interview. "I hate any kind of deformity in a woman," said King, "whether natural or acquired. I have a theory that any physical defect has its correlative mental and moral defect. I infer, then," said Rosser gravely, "that a lady lacking the moral advantage of a nose would find the struggle to become Mrs. King an arduous enterprise." "Of course, you may put it that way," was the reply. "But, seriously, I once threw over a most charming girl on learning quite accidentally that she had suffered amputation of a toe. My conduct was brutal, if you like, but if I had married that girl, I should have been miserable for life and should have made her so." "Whereas," said Sancher, with a light laugh, "by marrying a gentleman of a more liberal view, she escaped with a parted throat." "Ah, you know to whom I refer." "Yes, she married Manton, but I don't know about his liberality. I'm not sure, but he cut her throat because he discovered that she lacked that excellent thing in a woman, the middle toe of a right foot." "Look at that chap," said Rosser, in a low voice, his eyes fixed upon the stranger. That chap was obviously listening intently to the conversation. "Heck his impudence," muttered King. "What ought we to do?" "That's an easy one," Rosser replied, rising. "Sir," he continued, addressing the stranger, "I think it would be better if you would remove your chair to the other end of the veranda. The presence of gentlemen is evidently an unfamiliar situation to you. The man sprang to his feet and strode forward with clenched hands, his face white with rage. All were now standing. Sancher stepped between the belligerents. "You are hasty and unjust," he said to Rosser. "This gentleman has done nothing to deserve such language." But Rosser would not withdraw a word. By the custom of the country and the time, there could be but one outcome to the quarrel. "I demand the satisfaction due to a gentleman," said the stranger, who had become more calm. "I am not an acquaintance in this region. Perhaps you, sir," bowing to Sancher, "will be kind enough to represent me in this matter." Sancher accepted the trust, somewhat reluctantly, it must be confessed, for the man's appearance and manner were not at all to his liking. King, who, during the colloquy, had hardly removed his eyes from the stranger's face, and had not spoken a word, consented with a nod to act for Rosser, and the upshot was that, the principals having retired, a meeting was arranged for the next evening. The nature of the arrangements has been already disclosed. The duel with knives in a dark room was once a commoner feature of southwestern lifestyle than it is likely to be again. How thin a veneering of chivalry covered the essential brutality of the code under which such encounters were possible, we shall see. In the blaze of a midsummer noonday, the old Manton house was hardly true to its traditions. It was of the earthy. The sunshine caressed it warmly and affectionately, with evident disregard of its bad reputation. The grass greening all of the expanse in its front seemed to grow, not rankly, but with a natural and joyous exuberance, and the weeds blossomed quite like plants. Full of charming lights and shadows and populous with pleasant-voiced birds, the neglected shade trees no longer struggled to run away, but bent reverently beneath their burdens of sun and song. Even in the glassless upper windows was an expression of peace and contentment, due to the light within. Over the stony fields, the visible heat danced with a lively tremor, incompatible with the gravity of which is an attribute of the supernatural. Such was the aspect under which the place presented itself to Sheriff Adams and two other men who had come from Marshall to look at it. One of these men was Mr. King, the sheriff's deputy. The other, whose name was Brewer, was a brother of the late Mrs. Manton. Under a beneficent law of the state relating to property which has been for a certain period abandoned by an owner whose residence cannot be ascertained, the sheriff was legal custodian of the Manton farm and appurtenances thereunto belonging. His present visit was in mere perfunctory compliance with some order of a court in which Mr. Brewer had an action to get possession of the property as heir to his deceased sister. By a mere coincidence, the visit was made on the day after the night that Deputy King had unlocked the house for another and very different purpose. His presence now was not of his own choosing. He had been ordered to accompany his superior, and at the moment could think of nothing more prudent than simulated alacrity in obedience to the command. Carelessly opening the front door, which to his surprise was not locked, the sheriff was amazed to see, lying on the floor of the passage into which it opened, a confused heap of men's apparel. Examination showed it to consist of 2 hats, and the same number of coats, waistcoats, and scarves, all in a remarkably good state of preservation, albeit somewhat defiled by the dust in which they lay. Mr. Brewer was equally astonished, but Mr. King's emotion is not of record. With a new and lively interest in his own actions, the sheriff now unlatched and pushed open a door on the right, and the 3 entered. The room was apparently vacant. No. As their eyes became accustomed to the dimmer light, something was visible in the farthest angle of the wall. There was a human figure, that of a man crouching close in the corner. Something in the attitude made the intruders halt when they had barely passed the threshold. The figure more and more clearly defined itself. The man was upon one knee, his back in the angle of the wall, his shoulders elevated to the level of his ears, his hands before his face, palms outward, the fingers spread and crooked like claws. The white face turned upward on the retracted neck had an expression of unutterable fright, the mouth half open, the eyes incredibly expanded. He was stone dead. Yet, with the exception of a Bowie knife which had evidently fallen from his own hand, not another object was in the room. In thick dust that covered the floor were some confused footprints near the door and along the wall through which it opened. Along one of the adjoining walls, too, past the boarded-up windows, was the trail made by the man himself in reaching his corner. Instinctively, in approaching the body, the three men followed the trail. The sheriff grasped one of the outthrown arms. It was as rigid as iron, and the application of a gentle force rocked the entire body without altering the relation of its parts. Brewer, pale with excitement, gazed intently into the distorted face. "God of mercy," he suddenly cried. "It is Manton." "You are right," said King, with an evident attempt at calmness. "I knew Manton. He then wore a full beard and his hair long, but this is he." He might have added, "I recognized him when we challenged Rosser. I told Rosser and Sancher who he was before we played him this horrible trick. When Rosser left this dark room at our heels, forgetting his outer clothing in the excitement and driving away with us in his shirt sleeves, all through the discreditable proceedings we knew with whom we were dealing, murderer and coward that he was." But nothing of this did Mr. King say. With his better light, he was trying to penetrate the mystery of the man's death. That he had not once moved from that corner where he had been stationed, that his posture was that of neither attack nor defense, that he had dropped his weapon, that he had obviously perished of sheer horror of something that he saw. These were circumstances which Mr. King's disturbed intelligence could not rightly comprehend. Groping in intellectual darkness for a clue to his maze of doubt, his gaze, directed mechanically downward in the way of one who ponders momentous matters, fell upon something which there, in the light of day and in the presence of living companions, affected him with terror. In the dust of years that lay thick upon the floor, leading from the door by which they had entered, straight across the room to within a yard of Manton's crouching corpse, were three parallel lines of footprints, light but definite impressions of bare feet. The outer ones, those of small children, the inner a woman's. From the point at which they ended, they did not return. They all pointed one way. Brewer, who had observed them at the same moment, was leaning forward in an attitude of rapt attention, horribly pale. "Look at that!" he cried, pointing with both hands at the nearest print of the woman's right foot, where she had apparently stopped. "The middle toe is missing. It was Gertrude." Gertrude was the late Mrs. Manton, sister to Mr. Brewer. Dun dun dun. He didn't die from the duel. He died from horror. The ghost of his wife and children came for him. Ooh, spooky. Hey, thank you so much for the follows, the people that came in. Welcome, welcome. Spoopy ghost stories. I'm super lost but love the ambience. Yeah, I have ants. Hi. Peace signs. 1 + 1 is 2. 2 + 2 is 4. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. Won't be able to sleep well at night due to fear. I'm sorry. Sorry. Counting stream? I can only go to 10. So it can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Math with girldm. Almost, I missed the end of toes. No, the end of toes is right here. The guy, the stranger guy, got murdered by the ghost of his wife and kids. Need toe tracking for counting to 20? Yes, fair. Gonna get a raspberry bagel before the next story? Okay, I'm going to be right back, actually. I need to refill my water. I'm running out of water. So I'm gonna put it on the be right back screen. I will be right back. Listen to the thunderstorm. I'll be right. And we're back. I have more water. Hello. Is there background reel? What's up? Hello, chat. Hello, hello. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Water sippy done. Yeah, watch me lose tracking. Ready? Ready? There we go. Drink water. Thank you for the welcome back. More hydration potions. Yeah. Is it your background? Oh, this one? Yeah, this is behind my desk right now. Yep, that's behind my desk. It's like you ascended for a second. Yeah, it just goes up. I lose the tracking. Oh, okay, yeah, right here. That's the heart shape. I think the last story would have been improved by neon time. True. What happened to your mic to cause the feedback? Is there feedback now? Whoop, whoop. Reason, thank you very much for the resub. Buzzing? Ah. This is international weather background, I think? Yeah. Here, hang on. I'm gonna try to adjust the cable a bit. It's not the rain. It's barely noticeable. Okay. Yeah, I am. So, unfortunately, I've discovered that my fancy microphone that I'm currently using here, like, here, I'll do a tap tap so you can hear it. Can you guys hear the sound go around the mic if I, like, go either side of it? Do you guys get to hear a different sound if I go back and forth on the microphone? Or do you not hear different sound? I'm tapping the cup. Not kind of the same, don't hear it? Oh, well, maybe Twitch doesn't support it. Oh, well, it drops off in places. Yeah, I do have some audio settings on it, so it might not pick up the... There's tappy taps on the cup. Maybe you have it set to mono in your streaming program? I'm not sure. Not good sound on my end. Properties. Cancel. Is it actually raining or is it's the ambience? Part of the reason why I have the background information right now. Oh yeah, it does have an L and R balance, so it should be on both sides. Yeah, it should be stereo right now. Yeah, mic config. Yep. So actually, let me just double check my software. Yeah, it's on the stereo. And it's on stereo input and stereo output. So I'm not sure why it's not working. But Oh well. So, talking about this microphone though. So this microphone, I've discovered, unfortunately, just has buzzing. It's a USB microphone, and it just buzzes. Like, I've tried different cables, I've tried different sections to plug it into, and it doesn't do it. So that's why I have the rain sound in the background to hopefully like remove some of it. Yeah, USB mics. Yep, yep. So, have you tried using cable Overwatch? I have tried. Sounds good. Yeah, isn't super loud. It's a Yeti. Solution is upgrading to XLR. Well, good news about that, Sugema. Shielded cable. Yeah, I have a shielded cable. I have everything's. Yeah, I have all the shielding and everything for it. It just doesn't. Did you Google it? Yes, I did. Yeah, so it's the microphone, unfortunately. It just has that. So the news though, so next week is my birthday, and my plan is, how fancy is it if it doesn't have noise cancellation? Oh, it's not, noise cancellation won't do it, it's the microphone itself, yeah. Meowki, the noise is coming from inside of it. It's not my birthday yet. Not my birthday yet. Not yet. Not yet. Chat. Not yet. 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 Actual birthday soon. Next Thursday. But if chat wants to participate, I consulted with two of my friends that do audio engineering stuff, and happy birthday anyways, thank you. So, thank you, Five. So, I have an audio set with the all the components so that it wouldn't be a USB mic. It would be the actual, like a professional mic setup. Have that all planned out. So if chat wants to participate together with it, I can make that the stream goal for the birthday stream, to raise enough money to get the nicer microphone. Well, nice microphone, and then also the controls for it. When you're asking for Thursday, is that tomorrow? Next week. Next week, yeah. I deal with audio almost on a daily basis. I deal with it when I'm setting up stream stuff. Yeah, an audio interface. Yep, yep. And an XLR microphone. Yep, 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 yep. So that would be the plan, and then I can. That would be for the. If chat wants to have like a big birthday gift thing. How much? I'd need to double check how much it is after. Cake Slapper, thank you for the resub, I appreciate it. And Splashy Elf, hello, hello. And I see that there was multiple people following there. Hello, how's girldm? Doing good, soul? I need to double check and see what the total cost of the set is. But yeah. Put old mic as a raffle. I could do that, but I don't know if anyone wants. Aw, lag 100 bits for the mic. Thank you very much. I don't know if anyone would want the old mic because of the audio issue. Yeah. Max volume lightning is scary. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, the Newman's pretty nice. But no, I looked into a couple of different ones to make sure that it would be something that would be like actually decently affordable. So, yeah. And then even if on birthday stream, if we don't get all the way there, it would still be helpful for me if it was like discounted, right? Coin scared the heck out of me. Sorry. We buy old mic, but spit on it a lot. No, Meowky. Mic fun goal would probably reach faster than a horror stream goal. Heck, Fox, thank you for the bits for the videos. I appreciate it. Hi, Beach. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Don't worry. I'll set it as like the stream goal. Who doesn't want an old signed mic though? True. I don't know if I would always want a Yeti though. The Yeti is kind of They made their own, they don't have the standard screw at the bottom of it. Satisfying video sound. Thank you. Thank you for the 50. Where did Doodle go? Oh, okay. Some of them are turned off because this is a special event stream. So I'm going to be reading stories. So I turned off any of the redeems that might interfere with any of the stories. Yeah, Yetis are overrated. Yes, that is true. That is true. And unfortunately, you guys can probably hear the hum with this here. Yeah, Alienware root. Pretty much. Pretty much. Here, let me just double check. I'm going to make sure that I didn't hit any... Oh my goodness, there's... Let's see. Okay. Should be safe, safe, safe. Let's see. Oh, I did that one all right. I did that one already. Okay. Okay, okay. All right, so let's pick the next story, okay? Hi, Haru. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna do a poll. And we're gonna go back between Edgar Allan Poe and fairy tales, okay? I'll do a 1 minute one so that we can... If it is a fairy tale, then I'm going to choose the fairy tale that I want to read. Thank you. There you go. Okay. Poll is up. It's a 2-minute poll, so put in your votes now. If you want to use cheer points, you can also use that to skew the goal in your favor. I got my dream monitors already, though. Ooh, very nice. I switched over ear headphones, made the buzzing way quieter. If it's bothering anyone, it may be worth a try. Yeah, it might be a little bit louder with regular speakers, maybe. Furry tails? I don't even have a tail. Girldm has no tail. Oh, did I say Sugema, thank you? Did I say thank you for the video, Sugema? I'm not sure. Thank you. This is like the first stream that someone is telling me a bedtime story. Yeah, I thought it would be fun. Because usually, like, the Wednesday ones are like cozy drawing time, right? You don't have a tail? No, I have no tail. Do fairies have tails? Maybe. In-ear versus over-ear. Oh, okay, interesting. The stream I reached the cheers to be banned and I cannot be banned. Sorry, Gandhi. You can definitely get banned on Friday, okay? Definitely 100% on Friday. You can have a tail. No, girldm has no tail. Cat girl with no tail? Yeah. Bobcat girl, exactly. Zero kids got it. Zero kids got it. Bobcat girl. Because I can go cow, right? I can go cow. Cow. Cow, cow, cow. What does it sound like if I go really close to the mic when I go? The voting war. Oh, it's pretty close there. Oh. Fairy tales. Super comfy? Okay, that was the intent, being super comfy. Okay, we're back to the fairy tales. Okay, let's see. Can we have fangs, please? Okay, you can have one fangs. Oh, I forgot to change it. Gotta change it to the face so it's easier to see the fangs. There we go. Cow. Nyan, nyan. I have fangs. Fairy tales won. Yes, they did. This is Edgar Allan Poe. That is not a fairy tale. Let's see. Scroll this up here. Okay. Can you stick your tongue out? No. If I got a custom model, maybe. I go for flat monitors more than bass boosters. Ooh. Next time, Poe boys. Next time. Next time. Thank you for the follow, Darvrum. Welcome to girldm. That's me. Let's see. I want to do This isn't a custom model? Oh, so this uses a base from a software called Vroid. So it's not a full, like, the hands and like the clothing and stuff. These are modifiable presets that do have customization added to them, like directly. And then my modeler did some additional stuff in Unity and Blender. I thought all skiing turns she did her face close. Oh goodness. What is meant by after story? I don't know. This is just reading story. Yeah. So if I got like a full custom model that was like custom modeled in Blender from scratch, then I could probably have like additional expression stuff, right? Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Nova Musica. Oh, after the story is read, yes. So we're in between stories, so big, heckin' quiet, soft, comfy cheers for you, Rem. Big heckin' cheers for you. You heckin' got this. I believe in you. You're halfway through the week. Keep heckin' going. You can do it. You can do it, Rem. Big heckin' cheers for you. Anarchy, thank you for the follow. And Shika Zurukato, the best. Welcome to girldm. That's me. I gotta go. Okay, no worries, Rem. I'll see you later. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You have a test to go for. Okay, good luck. I'm sending you heckin' cheers for your test, okay? Hello, Ink Bendy. Hi, Mayoi. We're about to choose the next story. I wanna do... Got this chat. We're gonna do a Japanese one, but it's gonna be in English, don't worry. Okay, so... Thank you for the host, Mego. It's a Mayoi. Yeah, Mayoi's here for brief, comfy times. Hello. Okay, we have the accomplished and lucky tea kettle, Momotaro, Urashimataro and the turtle, the tongue-cut sparrow. Tongue-cut sparrow is one that I like a lot. Whoop, there's my cursor still. Haha, it's over my face there. Let's see. I'm gonna do Urashimataro because Urashimataro is referred to in a lot of Japanese pop culture and stuff. Irichi, thank you very much for the gift sub. Thank you for the gift sub. Hello. You should draw yourself as a cat girl robot? Maybe someday. Okay, let me drink some water. Urashimataro. Okay. Urashimataro and the turtle. So remember, since I'm reading, won't be able to check a chat, but I will look back over once I have a chance, okay? Thank you for the follow, Riot's Code. Alright. Urashimataro, which means in Japanese, son of the island, was the only and dearly beloved son of an old fisherman and his wife. He was a fine, strong youth who could manage a boat more cleverly than anyone else on the neighboring coast. He often ventured so far out to sea that neighbors warned his parents that he would sometime go too far and never return. His parents knew, however, that he understood his boat and the sea very well, and they were never much concerned about him. Even when he failed to come back as soon as he was expected, they awaited his return without anxiety. They loved him better than their own lives, and were proud that he was braver and stronger than their neighbors' sons. Early one morning, Urashimataro went to haul in his nets, which had been set the night before. In one of them, among some fishes, he found a small turtle. This he placed in the boat by itself, where it would safely keep until he could take it home. To his amazement, the turtle begged for its life in the most pitiful tones. "Of what use am I to you?" it asked. "I am too small to eat, and so young that it will take me a long time to grow. Have mercy, and put me back into the sea, for I do not want to die." Urashimataro had a very kind heart, and could not bear to see anything that was small and helpless suffer, so he did as the turtle asked him. Several years after this, when Urashimataro was one day far out at sea, a terrible whirlwind struck his boat and shattered it. He was a good swimmer and managed for a long time to make progress toward the land, but as he was so far from shore in the rough sea, his strength at last gave out, and he felt himself sinking. Just as he had given up hope and thought he would never see his dear parents again, he heard his name called and saw a large turtle swimming toward him. "Climb on my back," shouted the turtle, "and I will carry you to land." When Urashimataro was safely sitting on the turtle's back, it continued, "I am the turtle whose life you saved when you found me little and helpless in your net, and I am glad of this opportunity to show that I am not ungrateful." Before they reached the shore, the turtle asked Urashimataro how he would like to be shown some of the wonderful beauties hidden under the sea. The young fisherman replied that the experience would please him. In a moment, they were shooting down through the green water. He clung to the turtle's back, who carried him many, many fathoms below. After 3 nights, they reached the bottom of the sea and came to a wonderful palace of gold and crystal. Coral and pearls and precious stones dazzled his eyes, but inside, the palace was more beautiful still, and blazing fish scales lighted it. "This," said the turtle, "is the palace of the sea god. I am a waiting maid to his lovely daughter, the princess." The turtle went to announce the arrival of Urashimataro to the princess, and soon returning, led him to her presence. She was so beautiful that when she asked him to remain in the palace, he gladly consented. "Do not leave me, and you shall always be as handsome as you are now, and old age cannot come to you," she said. So it happened that Urashimataro lived in the marvelous palace at the bottom of the sea with the daughter of the sea god. He was so happy that time passed by unheeded. How long he dwelt there he could not have told, but one day he thought of his parents. Then he remembered that they must be troubled by his absence. The thought of them kept coming to him continually, and the longing to see them grew so strong that at last he told the princess he must go to visit them. She begged him not to leave her and wept bitterly. "If you go, I shall never see you again," she sobbed. But he told her that he must see his father and mother once again. Then he would return to the palace in the sea, to be with her always. When she found that she could not persuade him to remain, she gave him a small gold box, which she told him he must not on no account open. "If you heed my words," said she, "you may come back to me. When you are ready, the turtle will be there to bring you. But if you forget what I have told you, I shall never see you again." Urashimataro fondly assured her that nothing in the world would keep him from her and bade her farewell. Mounting the turtle's back, he soon left the palace far below. For 3 days and 3 nights they swam, and then the turtle left him on the familiar sands near his old home. He eagerly ran to the village and looked about for some of his comrades. All of the faces were strange, and even the houses seemed different. The children playing in the street where he had lived, he had never seen before. Stopping in front of his own house, he regarded it with a sinking heart. There was the sound of music from a window above, and a strange woman opened the door to him. She could tell him nothing of his parents, and had never heard their names. Everyone whom he questioned looked at him curiously. At last he wandered from the village and came to the burying ground. Searching about among the graves, he soon found himself beside a stone bearing the dear names he sought. The date showed him that his father and mother had died soon after he left them, and then he discovered that he had been away from his home 300 years. Bowed with sorrow, he went back to the city. At each step, he hoped to wake and find it all a dream, but the people and streets were real. He thought of the princess. and remembered the gold box she had given to him. It might be that he was under some cruel enchantment, and that this box contained the charm to break the spell. He eagerly raised the cover, and a purple vapor escaped and left the box empty. To his alarm, he noticed that the hand that held it had shriveled and grown terribly old. Suddenly old. Trembling with horror, he ran to a stream of water which ran down from the mountain and saw reflected in its waters the face of a mummy. He crawled fearfully back to the village, and no one recognized him as the strong youth who had entered it a few hours before. Nearly exhausted, he finally reached the shore, where he sat wearily on a rock and cried to the turtle. But he called to it in vain. The turtle never came, and soon his quavering voice was hushed in death. Before he died, the people of the village gathered about him and listened to his strange story. Long afterward, they told their children of the young man who, for the love of his parents, left a marvelous palace in the sea, and a princess more beautiful than the day. The end. See you later, German Detrigo. Thanks for being here. And thanks for the follow, Just a Human Weeb, Rights Code, Melton Butter, and Kata. No, I'm sad. Some of them are sad. Oh, Inkbender, your dog Willow is sick. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yup, it is sad. Tsurashima Taro. He had two options. He could either choose to stay with the princess and just forget about his parents, or he could have gone straight back home instead of staying in the palace. Where are so many stories about people not following instructions? Right. Pop quiz after the stream. Correct. Yes, there will be a pop quiz. There will be a pop quiz. That's a lie. I'm not gonna pop quiz. I don't want to write a quiz. Thank you. I thought all turtle stories had good endings. Well, the turtle had a good ending. The turtle was too baby, and the turtle wound up living, and then the guy just didn't listen to instructions. Gotta go. Glad to hear some stories I haven't heard before. See you later, Weretigger. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Or day. The princess with a missing toe. The turtle gets the princess now. True. 7 a.m. class tomorrow, so time to go to bed. See ya. See ya, Sugema. Have a good sleep. Thanks for being here. Everyone napping just woke up too. That's right, after a pop quiz. Oh no. Extra comfy stream. Yep, gotta go. Okay, I'll see you, Inkbendy. Turtle stealing his girl? Maybe. Alright. Think it's time to go back over to some Edgar Allan Poe, hey? Let's see here. Not all stories end well. Look what happened to the Ninja Turtles when Michael Bay canceled them. Oh no. Listening to this at work, just chilling. Glad to hear it, B-Tex. Don't fall asleep at work. Let's see here. Narrative of A. Gordon Bym. That's gonna be way too long here. Oh, King Pest. I recognize that title. Oh, let's see. Oh. One more sads. Cry Karma, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to girldm, that's me. Okay, I'm gonna read Annabelle Lee if we're gonna go on the trend of sad. Omelette du fromage. Okay. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden lived who you may know by the name of Annabelle Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabelle Lee. with a love that winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud by night, chilling my Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her far away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of a cloud, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and the stars never rise but I see the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so all the night tide I lay down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the side of the sea. Ah, classic Poe. Classic Poe. Oh, you heard it on Game Grumps? Yeah, Poe had a very... Poe had a very sad life, and his death too. And he did not get famous until long after he had died. Like, he died of tuberculosis, and he was pretty much homeless. Edgar Allan Poe's stuff is so sad. So sad. Yep. Also, don't get tuberculosis. Here's another classic one. Let me get some water first. There we go. There we go. Did he climb into the tomb with Annabel Lee? That is what it implies at the end of the poem. Ascension time? Yes. The Raven. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished for the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more." Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the darkness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon I heard again a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window, Lettice. Let me see, then. what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when with a flirt and a flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not an instant stopped or stayed he, but with the mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaved, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore, tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then this bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to thinking, fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking, nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining, on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er. But whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloated o'er? She shall press, ah, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by angels whose faint footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly I implore, is there a balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell the soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word or sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out thy heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplights o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Oh, I got a nyan nyan. Nyan nyan. It's the raven. Love that poem. It's a pretty cool poem. It's a pretty good poem. This guy that's just like, he's chilling. He's chilling in his room. And he's doing great. And then this bird comes and he's like, oh, a bird. That's great. It came and landed in my room. He's thinking about how cool it is. He puts his chair up in front of him and just keeps thinking and thinking and thinking until he goes crazy. Yeah, I would love some Lovecraft minus the racism. Yep, I wish. Rub. Nyan, nyan. Very relatable. Looking up the mic noise, try on an unplugged laptop. Yeah, unfortunately that's not really doable, Meowky. Good night, Draco. Sweet dreams. Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner ain't bad too. Yeah, the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner is pretty cool. Let me see. I wonder. Oh, that's Canada. Well, I'm on a US website thing, so. I could do Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. The 7th. There are 7 parts to this. Okay. Chat, we're gonna make a poll, okay? I'll do a 2-minute poll, okay? Two-minute poll. There we go. No headpads. Oh, they all got used up. Use the poll. Iron Maiden song. Can I vote for Aesop's Fables? I think crazy. After this one, I will do an Aesop Fable, okay? Router Wi-Fi interference. I'm not using Wi-Fi. It really is just the microphone, Meowky. I have tried it. I have tried it on a laptop, and it still has it. Democracy. I'm just making it easy by having the poll here. Drink water. Here, I'll pour water while we're going. There we go. There's the water. Yeah, you can hear it. I know, Meowky. I can't fix it right now. The way I fix it is getting a new microphone. Gonna head to bed. Thanks for Sleepy Comfy stream. Good night, Wakarima-san. Have good dreams. I'll see you later. Molly, you have 4 ears? Nope. Just the 2. Water ASMR. Did you try smacking it? I did before stream, Meowky. I have to drink the water. I'm talking and reading a lot. If I don't, then it don't work. Did you try smacking our ears so that we don't hear it? Oh, that's a great idea. Here, hang on. I just got 2 glasses of water. Water is important. Make sure you drink water. Dib is smart. Very smart. Big brain Dib. Oh, Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner just... Legend of Brian. Really? Legend of Brian. You have swung that vote in your favor. Okay, we'll do Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Play the Iron Maiden song. That's not comfy. Hydration, yashan. Stay hydrated. Yes. Okay. Is smart. Is smart. Let me drink water. There we go. Okay. We are hydrated up, chat. Metal is the comfiest genre of music. Spook somehow. I doubt that just a little bit. Yeah, I can see the mic. The mic has like the slight hum on it, but hopefully after birthday stream then I can Hopefully order a better one. Plug your ears when you drink so water doesn't leak out. It doesn't. It's not metal, it's heavy metal. Doom metal and goth metal are comfy. I mean, stay heckin' hydrated, cheer you. Okay, let's... is it... What's the full title of this? Let me just pull this. There we go. Hey TV Kid, thank you very much for the follow. Ghost ASMR. Yeah, just pretend the hum is from a ghost. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Oh, I dropped my hands again. And then I lost my tracking. Crimson Hamburger, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome to girldm's comfy reading stream. Alrighty. Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Chef window AC is ambiance. I could. I hate it when I drop my hands. I do too. Okay. Part the first. It is an ancient mariner, and he stoppeth one of three. By thy long grey beard and glittering eye, now wherefore stopp'st thou me? The bridegroom's doors are opened wide, and I am next of kin. The guests are met, the feast is set. Mayest hear the merry din. He holds him with his skinny hand. There was a ship, quoth he. Hold off, unhand me, great beard loon. Eftsoons his hand dropped he. He holds him with his glittering eye. The wedding guest stood still, and listens like a 3 years child. The mariner hath his will. The wedding guest sat on a stone. He cannot choose but hear, and thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. The ship was cheered, the harbor cleared. Merrily did we drop, below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top. The sun came up upon the left, out of the sea came he, and he shone bright, and on the right went down into the sea. Higher and higher every day, till over the mast at noon, the wedding guest here beat his breast, for he heard the loud bassoon. The bride hath paced into the hall, red as a rose is she, nodding their heads before her goes the merry minstrelsy. The wedding guest he beat his breast, yet he cannot choose but hear, and thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. And now the storm blast came, and he was tyrannous and strong. He struck with his o'ertaking wings, and chased south along, with sloping masts and dipping prow, as who pursued with yell and blow. Still treads the shadow of his foe, and forward bends his head. The ship drove fast, loud roared the blast, and southward aye we fled. And now there came both mist and snow, and it grew wondrous cold, and iced mast high came floating by, as green as emerald. And through the drifts the snowy cliffs did send a dismal sheen, nor shapes of men nor beast we ken, the ice was all between. The ice was here, the ice was there, the ice was all around. It cracked and growled and roared and howled like noises in a swound. At length did it cross an albatross. Through the fog it came. As if it had been a Christian soul, we hailed it in God's name. It ate the food it ne'er had eat, and round it flew. The ice did split with a thunder fit, the helmsman steered us through. And a good south wind sprung up behind, the albatross did follow, and every day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow. In mist or cloud, on mast or shroud, it perched for vespers 9, whiles all the night through fog smoke white glimmered the white moonshine. God save thee, ancient mariner, from the fiends that plague thee thus. Why look'st thou so? With my crossbow I shot the albatross. The sun now rose upon the right, out of the sea came he, still hid in mist, and on the left went down into the sea. And the good south wind still blew behind, but no sweet bird did follow, nor any day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow. and I had done a hellish thing, and it would work 'em woe. For all averred, I had killed the bird that made the breeze to blow. Ah, wretch, said they, the bird to slay that made the breeze to blow. Nor dim nor red, like God's own head, the glorious sun uprist. Then all averred I had killed the bird that brought the fog and mist. 'Twas right, said they, such birds to slay that bring the fog and mist. The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew, the furrow followed free. We were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. Down dropped the breeze, the sails dropped down. 'Twas sad as sad could be, and we did speak only to break the silence of the sea. All in a hot and copper sky, the bloody sun at noon. Right up above the mast did stand, no bigger than the moon. Day after day we stuck, nor breath, no motion. As idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Water, water everywhere, and all the boards did shrink. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. The very deep did rot, O Christ, yet ever this should be. Yea, slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. About in reels and rout the death fires danced at night. The water like a witch's oils burnt green and blue and white. And in some dreams assured were of the spirit that plagued us so. 9 fathom deep he had followed us from the land of mist and snow. And every tongue through utter drought was withered at the root. We could not speak, no more than if we had been choked with soot. Ah, well a day, what evil looks had I from old and young. Instead of the cross, the albatross around my neck was hung. There passed a weary time. Each throat was parched and glazed each eye. A weary time, how glazed each weary eye. When looking westward, I beheld a something in the sky. At first it seemed a little speck, and then it seemed a mist. It moved, and took at last a certain shape, I wist. A speck, a mist, a shape I wist, and still it neared and neared. As if it dodged a water sprite, it plunged and tacked and veered. With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, we could not laugh nor wail. Through utter drought, all dumb we stood. I bit my arm, I sucked the blood, and cried, "A sail, a sail!" With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, agape they heard me call. Gramercy, they for joy did grin, and all at once their breath drew in, as they were drinking all. "See, see," I cried, "she tacks no more, hither to work us wheel. Without a breeze, without a tide, she steadies with upright keel." The western wave was all aflame, the day was well nigh done. Almost upon the western wave rested the broad bright sun, when that strange shape drove suddenly betwixt us and the sun. And straight the sun was flecked with bars, Heaven's mother send us grace, as if through a dungeon grate he peered with broad and burning face. Alas, thought I, and my heart beat loud, how fast she nears and nears. Are those her sails that glance in the sun like restless gossameres? Are those her ribs through which the sun did peer as through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death? And are there two? Is death that woman's mate? Her lips were red, her looks were free, her locks were yellow as gold. Her skin was as white as leprosy, the nightmare life and death was she, whose thicks man's blood with cold. The naked hulk alongside came, and the twain were casting dice. "The game is done, I've won, quoth she, and whistles thrice. The sun's rim dips, the stars rush out, as one stride comes to the dark. With far-heard whisper o'er the sea, off shot the spectre bark. We listened and looked sideways up, fear at my heart, as at a cup my lifeblood seemed to sip. The stars were dim, and thick the night, the steersman faced by his lamp gleamed white. From the sails the dew did drip, till clomb above the eastern bar the horned moon with one bright star within the nether tip. One after one, by the star-dogged moon, too quick for a groan or sigh, each turned his face with a ghastly pang and cursed me with his eye. 4 times 50 living men, and I heard nor sigh nor groan. With a heavy thump, a lifeless lump, they dropped down one by one. The souls did from their bodies fly, they fled to bliss or woe, and every soul it passed by like the whiz of my crossbow. I fear thee, ancient mariner, I fear thy skinny hand, and thou art long and lank and brown, as is the ribbed sea sand. I fear thee and thy glittering eye, and thy skinny hand so brown. Fear not, thou wedding guest, this body dropped not down. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea, and never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. The many men so beautiful, and they all dead did lie, and 1,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. I looked upon the rotting sea and drew my eyes away. I looked upon the rotting deck, and there the dead men lay. I looked to heaven and tried to pray, but or ever a prayer had gushed, a wicked whisper came and made my heart as dry as dust. I closed my lids and kept them close, and the balls did like pulses beat, for the sky and the sea and the sea and the sky lay like a load on my weary eye, and the dead were at my feet. The cold sweat melted from their limbs, nor rot nor reek did they. The look with which they looked on me had never passed away. The orphan's curse would drag to heck a spirit from on high, but oh, more horrible than that is a curse in a dead man's eye. 7 days, 7 nights I saw that curse, and yet I could not die. The moving moon went up the sky, and nowhere did abide. Softly she was going up, and a star or two beside. Her beams bemocked the sultry main, like April hoarfrost spread. But where the ship's huge shadow lay, the charmed water burnt away, a still and awful red. Beyond the shadow of the ship I watched the water snakes. They moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared the elfish light fell off in hoary flakes. Within the shadow of the ship I watched their rich attire. Blue, glossy green, and velvet black they coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. O happy living things, no tongue their beauty might declare. A spring of love gushed from my heart, and I blessed them unaware. Sure my saint kind took pity on me, and blessed them unaware. The selfsame moment I could pray, and from my neck so free, the albatross fell off and sank like lead into the sea. I need to drink water. Hang on. O sleep, it is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. To Mary Queen the praise be given. She sent this gentle sleep from heaven that slid into my soul. The silly buckets on the deck that had so long remained, I dreamt that they were filled with dew, and when I awoke it rained. My lips were wet, my throat was cold, my garments all were dank. Sure I had drunken in my dreams, and still my body drank. I moved, and I could not feel my limbs, I was so light almost. I thought I had died in sleep, and was a blessed ghost. And soon I heard a roaring wind. It did not come near, but with its sound it shook the sails that were so thin and sere. The upper air burst into life, and 100 fire flags sheen. To and fro they were hurried about, and to and fro and in and out the wan stars danced in between. And the coming wind did roar more loud, and the sails did sigh like sedge, and the rain poured down from one black cloud. The moon was at its edge. The thick black cloud was cleft, and still the moon was at its side, like waters shot from some high crag, and the lightning fell with never a jag, a river steep and wide. The loud wind never reached the ship, yet now the ship moved on. Beneath the lightning and the moon, the dead men gave a groan. They groaned, they stirred, they all uprose, nor spake nor moved their eyes. It had been strange, even in a dream, to have seen those dead men rise. The helmsman steered, the ship moved on, yet never a breeze up blew. The mariners all gan to work the ropes, where they were wont to do. They raised their limbs like lifeless tools. We were a ghastly crew. The body of my brother's son stood by me knee to knee. The body and I pulled at one rope, but he said naught to me. I fear thee, ancient mariner, be calm, thou wedding guest. 'Twas not those souls that fled in pain, which to their corpses came again, but a troop of spirits blessed. For when it dawned, they dropped their arms and clustered round the mast. Sweet sounds rose loudly from their mouths, and from their bodies passed. Around flew each sweet sound, then darted to the sun. Slowly the sounds came back again, now mixed, now one by one. Sometimes, a dropping from the sky, I heard the skylark sing. Sometime all little birds that are, how they seem to fill the sea and air with their sweet jargoning. And now 'twas like all instruments, now like a lonely flute, and now it is an angel's song, that the heavens be mute. It ceased, yet still the sails made on a pleasant noise till noon, a noise like of a hidden brook in that leafy month of June, that to the sleeping woods all night singeth a quiet tune. Till noon we quietly sailed on, yet never a breeze did breathe. Slowly and smoothly went the ship, moved onward from beneath. Under the keel 9 fathom deep, from the land of mist and snow, the spirit slid, and it was he that made the ship to go. The sails at noon left off their tune, and the ship stood still also. The sun, right above the mast, had fixed her to the ocean, but in a minute she 'gan stir with a short uneasy motion, backwards and forwards half her length, with a short uneasy motion. Then, like a pawing horse let go, she made a sudden bound. It flung the blood into my head, and I fell down in a swound. How long in that same fit I lay, I have not to declare, but ere my living life returned, I heard and in my soul discerned 2 voices in the air. Is it he, quoth one, is this the man? By him who died on cross, with his cruel bow he laid full low the harmless albatross. The spirit who bideth by himself in the land of mist and snow. He loved the bird that loved the man who shot him with his bow. The other was a softer voice, as soft as honeydew. Quoth he, the man hath penance done, and penance more will do. But tell me, speak again, thy soft repose renewing. What makes that ship drive on so fast? What is the ocean doing? Still as a slave before his lord, the ocean hath no blast. His great bright eye most silently up to the moon is cast. For if he may know which way to go, for she guides him smooth or grim. See, brother, see how graciously she looketh down on him. But why drives on that ship so fast, without or wave or wind? The air is cut away before and closes from behind. Fly, brother, fly, more high, or we shall be belated. For slow and slow that ship will go when the mariner's trance is abated. I awoke and we were sailing on, as in a gentle weather. 'Twas night, calm night, the moon was high, the dead men stood together. All stood together on the deck for a channel dungeon fitter. All that fixed on me their stony eyes, that in the moon did glitter. The pang, the curse with which they died had never passed away. I could not draw my eyes from theirs, nor turn them up to pray. And now the spell was snapped. Once more I viewed the ocean green, and looked far forth, yet little saw of what else had been seen. Like one that on a lonesome road doth walks in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. But soon there breathed the wind on me, nor sound nor motion made. Its path was not upon the sea, in ripple or in shade. It raised my hair, it fanned my cheek, like a meadow gale of spring. It mingled strangely with my fears, yet it felt like a welcoming. Swiftly, swiftly flew the ship, yet she sailed softly too. Sweetly, sweetly blew the breeze, on me alone it blew. O dream of joy, is this indeed the lighthouse top I see? Is this the hill? Is this the kirk? Is this mine own country? We drifted o'er the harbor bar, and I with sobs did pray, O let me be awake, my God, or let me sleep away. Alway. The harbor bay was clear as glass, so smoothly it was strewn, and on the bay the moonlight lay, and the shadow of the moon. The rock shone bright, the kirk no less, that stands above the rock, the moonlight steeped in silentness, the steady weathercock. And the bay was white with silent light, till rising from the same, full many shapes that shadows were, in crimson colors came. Those a little distance from the prow, those crimson shadows were. I turned my eye upon the deck, O Christ, what I saw there! Each corpse lay flat, lifeless and flat, and by the holy road, a man all light, a seraph man, on every course there stood. This seraph band each waved his hand, it was a heavenly sight. They stood as signals to the land, each one a lovely light. The seraph band each waved his hand, no voice did they impart, no voice, but oh, the silence sank like music on my heart. But soon I heard the dash of oars, I heard the pilot's cheer. My head was turned perforce away, and I saw a boat appear. The pilot and the pilot's boy, I heard them coming fast. Dear Lord in heaven, it was a joy the dead men could not blast. I saw a third, I heard his voice. It is the hermit good. He singeth loud his godly hymns that he makes in the wood. He'll shrieve my soul, he'll wash away the albatross's blood. This hermit good lives in that wood which slopes down to the sea. How loudly his sweet voice he rears. He loves to talk with the mariners that come from far country. He kneels at morn and noon and eve. He hath a cushion plump. It is the moss that wholly hides the rotted old oak stump. The skiff boat neared, I heard them talk. Why, this is strange, I trow. Why are those lights so many and fair, that signal made but now? Strange, by my faith, the hermit said, and they answered not our cheer. The planks look warped, and see those sails, how thin they are and sere. I never saw aught like to them, unless perchance it were brown skeletons of leaves that lag my forest brook along, when the ivy tod is heavy with snow, and the owlet whoops to the wolf below, that eats the she-wolf's young. Dear Lord, it hath a fiendish look, the pilot made reply. I am afeard. Push on, said the hermit cheerily. The boat came closer to the ship, but I nor spake nor stirred. The boat came closer beneath the ship, and straight a sound was heard. Under the water it rumbled on, still louder and more dread. It reached the ship, it split the bay, the ship went down like lead. Stunned by that loud and dreadful sound which sky and ocean smote, like one that hath been 7 days drowned, my body lay afloat. But swift as dreams I found within the pilot's boat. Upon the whirl where sank the ship, the boat spun round and round, and all was still, save that the hill was telling of the sound. I moved my lips, the pilot shrieked and fell down in a fit. The holy hermit raised his eyes and prayed where he did sit. I took the oars. The pilot's boy, who now doth crazy go, laughed loud and long, and all the while his eyes went to and fro. Ha ha, quoth he, full plain I see the devil knows how to row. And now, all in my own country, I stood on the firm land. The hermit stepped forth from the boat, and scarcely could he stand. Oh, shrieve me, holy man, the hermit crossed his brow. Say quick, quoth he, I bid thee say, what manner of man art thou? Forthwith this frame of mine was wrenched with a woeful agony, which forced me to begin my tale, and then it left me free. Since then, at an uncertain hour, that agony returns, and till my ghastly tale is told, this heart within me burns. I pass like night from land to land, I have strange power of speech. That moment that his face I see, I know the man that must hear me. To him my tale I must teach. What loud uproar burst from that door, the wedding guests are there. But in the garden bower the bride and the bridesmaids singing are, and hark the little vesper bell which biddeth me to prayer. O wedding guest, this soul hath been alone on a wide, wide sea. So lonely 'twas that God himself scarce seemed there to be. O sweeter than the marriage feast, 'tis sweeter far to me, to walk together to the kirk with a goodly company. To walk together to the kirk, and all together pray, while to each his great Father bends, old men and babes, and loving friends, and youths and maidens gay. Farewell, farewell, but this I tell to thee, thou wedding guest, he prayeth well, all loveth well, both man and bird and beast. He prayeth best, who loveth best, all things both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us he made and loveth all. The mariner, whose eye is bright, whose beard with age is hoar, is gone, and now the wedding guest turned from the bridegroom's door. He went like one that hath been stunned, and is of sense forlorn, a sadder and a wiser man. He rose the morrow morn. Oh, that was a lot longer than I thought. Hey, yep, yeah, Tekisro and Huge Weeby, and he sang, and Sohito, welcome to girldm. Thank you very much for the follows. I appreciate. I need to drink water. That is correct. Hello Charizard. That was excellent. Thank you. Oh, that was so much longer than I thought. Oh, and Killer Gamer, if you're still here, big heckin' cheers for you. Big heckin' comfy cheers. You're halfway through the week. You heckin' got this. I believe in you. Keep going step by step. Just because you're halfway through the week doesn't mean it's time to give up yet, okay? You gotta keep going step by step. You can do it. I believe in you. Moral of the story, don't be a jerk to birds. True. Very true. How's the day been for you? Pretty good. Pretty good. Whew. Big heck and cheers for you too. Big heck and cheers for you. Comfy cheers. You heckin' got this. You can do it. I believe in you. Keep working towards your goals, okay? You got this, Demon. Big cheers. And thank you for the follow, TK Senpai. Welcome to girldm. That's me. Someone said if you plug your mic into not decent USB port, they tried plugging it away from the case like keyboard or monitor. I do not have any USBs in any of those. Meowkey, please trust me when I say that I've tried like every troubleshooting method for it. I'm getting sleepy. No worries, Gandhi. That's the point. That's the point of this stream. Hi. Hi, Nebula. Thank you for the follow, Yonten. Welcome to girldm's special quiet stream event. I was sad today because I had a lot of work and I saw a poor kitty go in a storm drain. I'm not sure it's okay. Afraid it's a stray. Well, you know, I'm gonna hope that it was okay and got caught and rescued later. お元気ですか？元気です。今日は静かに声で話を読むことです。What happens if we don't go to sleep? I come to your house and knock you out. Me Milk, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Rob, good night. Have a good sleep. Can we have warm milk with story time? You can, what was it? Gamer milk from Yanners, right? I'm lactose intolerant. I prefer tea. Tea is pretty nice. Nyan, nyan. Bet girldm fight me. I turned off the fight me rating game. Knocked out what? Nothing, Snow. Nothing. You've never had ambrosia? No, I've had ambrosia. Which ambrosia do you mean? Do you mean like the fruit salad thing? Because I've had that. I'm drinking tea right now. Hey, perfect. Okay, I remember I had a request for an Aesop's Fable, so I'm gonna find an Aesop Fable. Oh, okay, these ones. Very relaxing? Yes! The Aesop's Fables are in this one somewhere. There, well, let's see, was it India? Aesop, okay. Yeah, yeah, I've had that before, I like it. Good night, have a good rest of the night. Good night, Clarge. Thank you so much again for the gift subs. Have a good night. Sweet dreams. Arnold Palmer? Oh, Arnold Palmer, blah, 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 blah. I can't talk. Arnold Palmers are good. There we go. Alrighty. So, to the Iliad and the Odyssey. No. Usopp wrote fables? Aesop. Last time I had tea was with a Nihongo sensei. Hey, nice. Nice. Okay. Oh, let's do the Lion and the Mouse. Don't worry, Meowki. I have lip chap. I'm gonna quickly grab some ice cream and a blanket to reach maximum comfy. Good plan. Good plan. Okay, I'm gonna set this up. I have to BRB again. I need to get... Whoop. Hands. Hello. I need to get hands, yes. I like tea, but it has to be no caffeine. I know that feeling. Okay, I'm gonna set the screen to be right back really quick. I need to get some more water, okay? I'll be right back, okay? Listen to the thunderstorm. back. We're back. I have more water. I had to refill it downstairs, so it took a little bit. Sorry. Okay. I'm back. Hi, Ash. Welcome to Quiet Story Time stream with girldm. Welcome back. Hi, Hikaru. Mystic Ninja, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to girldm. Going to bed? Zepha, good night. Have a good dreams. Have good sleep. Work hard tomorrow, get good rest. Thank you, Tozu. Okay. M stands for master? Nope. I'll be coming back for sure. Well, my normal one's a little more loud. But I hope you enjoy. Thanks for being here. Do you think you'll keep the Nyan rewards? Which one? The soft Nyan? I'm here to say hi because I got classes. Okay, have a good class. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Good luck in class. Both Nyans? Oh, so see how the regular, the 10-minute Nyan, that one's always been on the channel. The soft Nyan, maybe I'll keep it. If people really want a soft Nyan up to the microphone, I could do that. Your model's really cute. Ah, thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. Oh, okay, I lost tracking. It's not so cute when I lose the tracking. Hey, Dib. Big hacking comfy cheers for you. Big hacking comfy cheers. You got this. You're halfway through the week. You hacking got this. You're a hard worker. Just keep going step by step. You got this. I believe in you. I'm gonna hack and cheer you the whole way, okay, Dib? Just got here. I didn't show up at the end, did I? No. We still have about an hour and 10 minutes left. Yeah. No, not ending. I'm gonna read another story. We still have plenty of time. Don't worry. We still got a long ways to go. Well, hour and 10 minutes, okay? Oh, sorry about that. Luck. Sorry. Squishy. Okay, so water and then reading. Okay. Comfy mode activated. Yeah, they don't like the full stops. If there's no space between them at all, then the whole thing is like, oh, it's terrible. Right? Hey, Ton. Welcome to girldm. That's me. Welcome to Comfy Stream. Special girldm event. Imagine if you still have the save redeem. Yep, flop. That's why I turned it off for this stream. I turned off a few of them, but they will be back on Friday. And then maybe I should make some special ones for Saturday for the horror stream, right? Made you do an Eggman announcement again? Yeah, ASMR Eggman announcement? I don't think so. Okay. We're gonna read the next story, okay? This is an Aesop fable. This is The Lion and the Mouse. Okay? So while I'm reading, I won't be able to look at chat too much, because chat's over here. Story's over here, okay? So, you ready? Here we go. The Lion and the Mouse. A mouse happened to run into the mouth of a sleeping lion, who roused himself, caught him, and was just about eating him when the little fellow begged him to let go, saying, "If I am saved, I shall be everlastingly grateful." So, with a smile, the lion let him off. It befell him not long after to be saved by the mouse's gratitude, for when he was caught by some hunters and bound by ropes to a tree, the mouse, hearing his roaring groans, came and gnawed the ropes and set him free, saying, "You laughed at me once, as if you could receive no return from me, but now, you see, it is you who have to be grateful to me." The story shows that there come sudden changes of affairs when the most powerful owe everything to the weakest. Do the voices. It's really hard for me to do voices when I'm talking softly. I don't have the control for that, I think. Sorry. Loki Moon, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to girldm. That's me. Let's just, you know what? All the Aesop's fables are really short, so I'm just gonna We're just gonna read a couple of them. There we go. Oh, this one's one I like a lot. The Fox and the Grapes. Nice and short. A hungry fox discovered some branches of grapes hanging from a vine high up a tree, and, as he gazed, longed to get at them, and could not. So he left them hanging there and went off muttering, "They're sour grapes." I like that one. The fox has something that they want, but they realize, this is not attainable. And so they say instead, the grapes would have tasted terrible anyways, I don't need them. Comfy vibes. The Frog and the Ox. An ox, grazing in a swampy meadow, chanced to set his foot among a parcel of young frogs and crushed nearly the whole brood to death. One that escaped ran off to his mother with the dreadful news. "Oh, mother," said he, "it was a beast, such a big 4-footed beast that did it." "Big?" quoth the old frog. "How big?" "Was it as big?" And she puffed herself out. "As big as this?" "Oh, a great deal bigger than that." "Well, was it so big?" And she swelled herself out yet more. "Indeed, mother, but it was, and if you were to burst yourself, you would never reach half its size." The old frog made one more trial, determined to be as big as the ox, and burst herself indeed. Good night, Iruchi. Thanks for being here. See you later. Sweet dreams. Hi, Kai. Phrasing. Yep, I'm pretty sure Aesop did not mean for it to be taken that way. What was the moral of that story? Don't try to show off. Hubris featuring animals. Yep. My lawful good paladin is reading to me. Miauki, I know you like to be naughty, but I'm gonna need you to tone it back just a little bit, okay? The frog went kablooey. Yep. Don't be a frog and die. Maybe. The cat, the monkey, and the chestnuts. Yeah, let's do that one. A cat and a monkey were sitting one day in the chimney corner watching some chestnuts which their master had laid down to roast in the ashes. The chestnuts had begun to burst with the heat, and the monkey said to the cat, "It is plain that your paws were made especially for pulling out those chestnuts. Do reach forth and draw them out. Your paws are indeed exactly like our master's hands." The cat was greatly flattered by his speech and reached forward for the tempting chestnuts, but scarcely had he touched the hot ashes than he drew back with a cry, for he had burnt his paw. But he tried again and managed to pull one chestnut out. Then he pulled another and a third, though each time he singed the hair on his paws. When he could pull no more out, he turned about and found that the monkey had taken the time to crack the chestnuts and eat them. The end. I'm on timeout. You just gotta tone it down just a bit, okay? Bad monkey. So the moral of this story is, don't let yourself get used by people that don't care about your well-being. Cats don't eat chestnut anyways. In this story, the cat did want to eat them. Good night, Soul Slayers. Thanks for being here. Have a sweet dream. Good moral to have. Yep. Yep, because pretty much the monkey flattered the cat and was like, "Oh, look how great you are. You should do it." And kept pushing the cat to do it. And even though the cat got hurt, was like, "Yeah, look, I did the thing. And then the monkey just didn't care anyways, right? Haven't roasted chestnuts in forever. Ooh, that would be good. Hello, I'm Cat. Where are my chestnuts? Sorry, Cat Quatch, your hands are burned. Girldm mask got here yesterday. That's exciting. Oh, that's great. Good night, Forbidden Soul. Very sleepy. I did the thing. What'd you do, Miauki? Girldm mask? Yeah, Kai got the cloth mask. Do not let flattery change your goals and drive. Yep, yep. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. I want to read. I want to read Edgar Allan Poe. There we go. There we go. There we go. The Telltale Heart. I like Edgar Allan Poe. Read it in an ooh voice. I can't do a woo voice when I'm talking quietly. Like a lot of the voices that I do require me to be a lot louder. So I can't actually do them when I'm like half whispering. Because I'm talking very quiet right now, right? And also I don't want to talk regular volume because it's going to make the microphone get really loud, really fast. Thought that said a mountain of bagged spaghetti. What? What? Okay, gotta drink the water. Mom spaghetti. Mom spaghetti. Okay. I like how I can hear the keys, but they don't sound like someone stepping on bubble wrap. I have cherry brown keys. Okay. Gotta sit up. I'm slouching. I dropped my hands on the floor. I am so sorry. That was loud. It's hard to keep my hands on for this because I have to lean forward to the microphone. Heckin' hands, right? I have to lean forward for the microphone. I saw a mountain and some things with the S. My brain decided to derp two and two together. I see. Dropped hands, metallic noises. Yep. Well, my hand sensor is it's a little metal machinery piece. So yeah. Okay. Hang on just a second. I'm gonna stretch really quick. Can you do sign language too? No, unfortunately. Are the sensors heavy? No. So the problem is that my sensor is in a little 3D printed shirt clip, and 3D printed plastic doesn't do well with heat, and the device is electronic and it heats up. So the clip that I keep it in is slowly deforming. Love you too, Haru. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Lemming. Welcome to girldm. That's me. Yeah, so normally the hands don't fall down that often if I'm like leaning back, but since I have to lean forward into the microphone, they keep falling out of their holder today, which is unfortunate because I want to be able to wave to everybody and keep my tracking at the same time. So hard to keep words inside, but you're doing a great job, Meowki. You're doing a great job. Mr. Lemming, thank you very much for the host. There we go. Hands are up again. I need to, that's a loud car outside. I just need to adjust the, I can put some more wedge stuff inside of it to help. Different grids, types of 3D printer material. Yeah. Have you considered metal fasteners? I would have to get somebody to custom build a metal holder for it. It's sleepy time for me. Have a great rest of the stream. Good night, Brian. Have a good sleep. I'll see you later. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and read this one, okay? This is The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in heck. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And I did this for 7 long nights. Every night, just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible for me to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than it did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on his bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close-fastened, through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no, it was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise. Oh, I had a slight blip. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I went quiet there. Yeah, there was a blip. Okay. Her slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor," or, It is merely a cricket which has made his single chirp. Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suspicions, but he had found all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he never saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until, at length, a simple dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from out of the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the heckin' spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even as I yet refrained and kept still, I scarcely breathed. I held the eve. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house so strange, a noise of this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. Then I smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. Then I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been far too wary for that. A tub had caught it all, ha! When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves by perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure and undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued, but became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued with gained definitiveness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt, I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly, and they smiled. Was it possible they heard or not? Almighty God, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror, this I thought, and this I think, but anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die, and now, again, hark, louder, 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 louder. Villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more. I admit the deed, tear up the planks. Here is the beating of his hideous heart. Good night, Dissipates. Thanks for being here. And also, welcome, I think, Time Dies, Liu Han, and Nefarious Tortoise, and Abyss Walker. Welcome to girldm. That's me. Comfy reading stream day. Yay. Let's see. Let's see. How much longer is the stream? I'm getting a bit sleepy. Stream is going to go for 45 minutes. Stay a while and listen. Oh, that was Twitter. Ha! I am participating. You are participating. I may fall asleep to stream. That's the plans, y'all. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Akuri. Welcome. I'm doing well. How are you? Let's see here. Ooh. Wanna read Puss in Boots? I have to bye now. Gotta get up in a few minutes. See you later. Thanks for being here, Miss Tuxedo. I appreciate it. Puss in Boots? Puss in Boots? Always a win? Okay. We'll read Puss in Boots. Yeah, let's go. Let's heck and go. Puss in Boots. Let's go. Doing alright? Good to hear, Akuri. Get nostalgia. Thank you very much for the host, too. Jack and the Beanstalk. I would like to read Jack and the Beanstalk. Honestly, I enjoyed reading The Telltale Heart. I was hearing it through Haru. Glad to hear, Groovius. Glad to hear. I'm having fun. Alright, we're gonna do Puss in Boots. Are you ready? I always forget about the host thing. Oh, no worries. Thank you for the host, Dib. Alright, Puss in Boots. Once upon a time, there was a miller who was so poor that at his death he had nothing to leave his 3 children but his mill, his donkey, and his cat. The eldest son took the mill, the second the donkey, so there was nothing left for poor Jack but to take Puss. Jack could not help thinking that he had been treated shabbily. My brothers will be able to earn an honest livelihood, he sighed. But as for me, Though Puss may feed himself by catching mice, I shall certainly die of hunger. Look, look at the cutie. Look at the cutie. The cat, who had overheard his young master, jumped upon his shoulder and, rubbing himself gently against his cheek, began to speak. "Dear master," said he, "do not grieve. I am not as useless as you think me, and will undertake to make your fortune for you, if only you will buy me a pair of boots and give me that old bag." Now Jack had very little money to spare, but knowing Puss to be a faithful old friend, he made up his mind to trust him, and so spent all he possessed upon a smart pair of boots made of buff-colored leather. They fitted perfectly, so Puss put them on and took the old bag which his master gave him and trotted off to a neighboring warren, in which he knew there was a great number of rabbits. Having put some bran and fresh parsley into the bag, he laid it upon the ground, hid himself, and waited. Presently, 2 foolish little rabbits, sniffing the food, ran straight into the bag, where the clever cat drew the strings and caught them. Then, slinging the bag over his shoulder, he hastened off to the palace, where he had asked to speak to the king. Having been shown into the royal presence, he bowed and said, "Sire, my lord the Marquis of Carabas has commanded me to present these rabbits to your majesty with his respects." The monarch, having desired his thanks to be given to the Marquis, who, as you will guess, was really our poor Jack, then ordered his head cook to dress the rabbits for dinner, and he and his daughter partook of them with great enjoyment. Day by day, Puss brought home stores of good food, so that he and his master lived in plenty, and besides that, he did not fail to keep the king and his couriers well supplied with game. Sometimes he would lay a brace of partridges at the royal feet, sometimes a fine large hare, but whatever it was always with the same came with the same message, from my lord the Marquis of Carabas, so that everyone at court was talking of this strange nobleman whom no one had ever seen, but who sent such generous presents to his majesty. At length, Puss decided that it was time for his master to be introduced at court. So one day he persuaded him to go and bathe in a river near, having heard that the king would soon pass that way. Jack stood shivering up to his neck in water, wondering what was to happen next, when suddenly the king's carriage appeared in sight. At once Puss began to call loudly as he could, "Help, help! My lord the Marquis of Carabas is drowning!" The king put his head out of the carriage window, and recognizing the cat, ordered his attendants to go to the assistance of the Marquis. While Jack was being taken out of the water, Puss ran to the king and told him that some robbers had run off with his master's clothes whilst he was bathing, the truth of the matter being that the cunning cat had hidden them under a stone. On hearing this story, the king instantly dispatched one of his grooms to fetch a handsome suit of purple and gold from the royal wardrobe, and arrayed in this, Jack, who was a fine handsome fellow, looked so well that no one for a moment supposed that he was some foreign noble lord. The king and his daughter were so pleased with his appearance that they invited him into their carriage. At first, Jack hesitated, for he felt a little shy about sitting next to a princess, but she smiled at him so sweetly and was so kind and gentle that he soon forgot his fears and fell in love with her here and then. As soon as Puss had seen his master seated in the royal carriage, he whispered directions to the coachman, and then ran on ahead as fast as he could trot, until he came to a field of corn where the reapers were busy. "Reapers," said he fiercely, "the king will shortly pass this way. If he should ask you to whom this field belongs, remember that you say, 'To the Marquis of Carabas.' If you dare disobey me, I will have you all chopped up as fine as mincemeat." The reapers were so afraid of the cat. The reapers were so afraid the cat would keep his word that they promised to obey. Puss then ran on and told all the other laborers whom he met to give the same answer, threatening them with terrible punishments if they disobeyed. Now, the king was in a very good humor, for the day was fine, and he found the Marquis a very pleasant companion. So he told the coachman to drive slowly in order that he might admire the beautiful country. "What a fine field of wheat," he said presently. "To whom does it belong?" Then the men answered as they had been told. To our lord, the Marquis of Carabas. Next, they met a herd of cattle, and again to the king's question, to whom do they belong? They were told, to the Marquis of Carabas. And it was the same with everything they passed. The Marquis listened with great astonishment, and thought what a very wonderful cat his dear puss was. And the king was delighted to find that his new friend was as wealthy as he was charming. Meanwhile, Puss, who was well in advance of the royal party, had arrived at a stately castle which belonged to a cruel ogre, the richest ever known, for all the lands the king had admired so much belonged to him. Puss knocked at the door and asked to see the ogre, who received him quite civilly, for he had never seen a cat in boots before, and the sight amused him. So he and Puss were soon chatting away together. The ogre, who was very conceited, began to boast of what clever tricks he could play, and Puss sat and listened with a smile on his face. I once heard, great ogre, he said at last, that you possess the power of changing yourself into any kind of animal you choose, a lion or an elephant, for instance. Well, so I can, replied the ogre. Dear me, how much I would like to see you do it now, said Puss sweetly. The ogre was only too pleased to find a chance of showing how very clever he was, so he promised to transform himself into any animal Puss might mention. Oh, I will leave that choice to you, said the cat politely. Immediately, there appeared where the ogre had been seated an enormous lion, roaring and lashing with its tail and looking as though it meant to gobble up the cat in a trice. The puss was really very frightened, and jumping out of the window, managed to scramble onto the roof, and though he could scarcely hold onto the tiles on account of his high-heeled boots. There he sat, refusing to come down until the ogre changed himself into his natural form, and laughingly called to him that he would not hurt him. Then Puss ventured back into the room and began to compliment the ogre on his cleverness. Of course, it was all very wonderful, he said, but it would be more wonderful still if you, who are so great and fierce, could transform yourself into some timid little creature such as a mouse. That, I suppose, would be quite impossible. Not at all, said the vain ogre. One is quite as easy to me as the other, as I will show you. And in a moment, a little brown mouse was frisking all about the floor, whilst the ogre had vanished. It's now or never, said Puss, and with a spring he seized the mouse and gobbled it up as fast as he could. At the same moment, all the gentlemen and ladies whom the wicked ogre had held in his castle under a spell became disenchanted. They were so grateful to their deliverer that they would have done anything to please him, and readily agreed to enter into the service of the Marquis of Carabas when Puss asked them to do so. So now the cat had a splendid castle, which he knew to be full of heaped-up treasures, at his command, and ordering a magnificent feast to be prepared, he took up his station at the castle gates to welcome his master and the royal party. As soon as the castle appeared in sight, the king inquired whose it was, for, said he, I have never seen a finer. Then Puss, bowing low, threw open the castle gates and cried, May it please your majesty to alight and enter the home of the most noble Marquis of Carabas. Full of surprise, the king turned to the Marquis. Is this splendid castle indeed yours? He asked. Not even our own palace is more beautiful, and doubtless it is as splendid within as without. Puss then helped his majesty to alight and conducted him into the castle, where a group of noble gentlemen and fair ladies were waiting to receive them. Jack, or the Marquis, as he was now called, gave his hand to the young princess, and led her to the banquet. Long and merrily they feasted, and when at length the guests rose to depart, the king embraced the Marquis, and called him his dear son, and the princess blushed so charmingly, and looked so shy and sweet, that Jack ventured to lay his heart and fortune at her feet. And so the miller's son married the king's daughter, and there were great rejoicings throughout the land. On the evening of the wedding day, a great ball was given, to which princes and noblemen from far and near were invited. Puss opened the ball, wearing for the occasion a pair of boots made of the finest leather, with gold tassels and scarlet heels. I only wish you could have seen him.
When the old king died, the princess and her husband reigned in his stead, and their most honored and faithful friend at court was Puss himself, for his master never forgot to whom he owed all his good fortune. He lived upon the daintiest meat and the most delicious cream, and was petted and made much of all the days of his life, and never again ran after mice and rats, except for exercise and amusement. The end.
Yay! Pershot, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Also, thank you for the follow. And Obi Fox, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome to Girl DM. That's me. DM and boots. That'll be fun. Hey, ASMR Sinist and Alex Superstar, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome, welcome to Girl DM. And Demon, big hack and cheers for you. Second hack and cheers. You got this. Remember, stuff that you're working towards might take a long time. That's okay. You just gotta keep working towards it. You hacking got this. I'm gonna cheer you. And if you feel like you're lagging behind, that's fine too. Just keep working forwards. Like, even if you're already behind, the next best thing you can do is keep working forwards, right? You got this. Senpai of Crime, thank you very much for the follow, and Adlan. Welcome, welcome to Girl DM. That's me.
Nice Girl DM alt. That's not me. That's not me.
Falling asleep? Good. That's the point. I want everybody to fall asleep.
We got 20 more minutes, so I think I can probably do one more longer.
Lutorvino, welcome, welcome to Girl DM. That's me. Thank you for the follows. Kai says he'll beat you in Project Winter. He probably will. How often do you stream? I stream Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Starting Wednesday and Friday streams start at 6 p.m. Pacific time. And Saturday streams usually start around 1. Ow, I hit my hand on the table. I'm sorry. Oregon Boss Fan, thank you for the follow. And you win. Welcome, welcome to Girl DM. Hello, hello. Your hand okay? Yeah, it's fine. I hit this finger on the table. I was just worried because it was like right next to the microphone, and I was worried that it would make a loud noise. The middle toe. Huggies and lovies, everyone. Big heckin' huggies. Big heckin' hugs. Get comfy. Get comfy. We got 20 more minutes of comf. Well, sorry, 30 more minutes of comf. 30 minutes. So, let's see. Do we want to do Jack and the Beanstalk? Why are headbats out of stock? Oh, so for the streams, I have a maximum limit of 100 headbats, and usually chat likes to speed run them at the beginning, so they usually max up at the beginning. I won't take it away. Don't worry, Div. I won't. I corrected myself. We have 29 minutes. Yeah, so that's why headbats are grayed out. Usually there's more redeems available too. It's just right now, since it's a quiet storytime stream, I wanted to keep the redeems to things that are doable without disturbing the mood too much, right? All right, so what do we wanna hop on here? That's how it be. That is how it be. Do you want Jack and the Beanstalk? Or Sleeping Beauty? Sleep? We're doing sleep? Okay. We'll do Sleeping Beauty. There we go. Ash Greninja, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome to Girl DM. That's me. Good, a whole stream with still some pats left. Yep, back in the day. All right. So while I'm reading, unfortunately it's hard for me to check chat when I'm reading. So any new follows or messages, I'll check back in with you guys after we finish the story. Okay? Hello, Maria. Welcome to Girl DM. That's me. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me drink some water and lose tracking. Yep, there goes the tracking. Okay. reading Sleeping Beauty.
Once upon a time, so long indeed that even the very oldest people now alive could not remember it, there lived a king and a queen in a beautiful palace. A great white marble palace with wide halls and high towers, and a golden roof that flashed in the sun. And all round the palace, for miles and miles, there were lovely gardens and pleasure grounds with terraces and green lawns and ancient trees where the birds would sit and sing all day and all night long, and more flowers than you could ever think of if you were to think of a whole summer through. There were peacocks and birds of paradise on the broad lawns, and pretty slender brown deer in the shady glades, and gold and silver fishes in the ponds and fountains, and great red and yellow fruits ripened in the orchards. There was everything that heart could wish, except just one, and that was the one thing in all the world that this king and queen wanted to make them perfectly happy. For there was no little child to run and play about the sunny gardens and pick the flowers and pet the birds and beasts that wandered there, and this would often make them very sad. But at last, after many years, they had their wish, and a little baby daughter was born to them. A tiny child with a face like a blush rosebud, eyes like violets, and a little red mouth like the pimpernel flowers that grow in the cornfields and by the wayside in summertime. Now, you can easily think of how glad this king and queen were, and what great rejoicings were made all over the country. Bonfires as big as haystacks were kept burning all night. Fat oxen were roasted whole in the marketplace of every town. The church bells were rung and rung again until the ringers were out of breath and their arms were aching. And every little child in the kingdom was given a beautiful present for the baby princess's sake. In the palace, of course, all was bustle and hurry to make ready for the christening feast. The maids were busy putting flowers all about the halls and chambers, and sprinkling the shining floors with sweet-smelling leaves and petals. For the most important guests invited to this christening were 7 very powerful fairies, and you know, I am sure, how particular fairies are about what they eat and drink. Not that they are greedy, but they are used to such delicate food that even the very best of ours seems strange to them. So the queen was very anxious that they should be pleased, for they had been asked to be godmothers to the baby princess, and she wanted them to be in good humor so that they should be kind to her little one. It was a beautiful summer afternoon, and the roses on the palace terrace were nodding their heads. Oh. Sorry. VLC does not like to play the same on loop. Sorry about that. Backtrack ran out. Yep. It's not running out, it's just VLC doesn't like the loop. Okay. Went under a tunnel. Exactly. It was a beautiful summer afternoon, and the roses on the palace terrace were nodding their heads sleepily in the warm breeze when the fairies' chariots came into sight, sailing through the blue sky like a flight of bright-winged butterflies. They were all good fairies and had known the king and queen all their lives long, and as they had not seen them for some time, there was a great deal to talk about and much news to tell. And dear me, how pleased they were with the baby. They all agreed that she was the prettiest little darling that they had ever seen, almost as pretty as a real fairy baby, and that was a compliment indeed, I can tell you. And when they went into the great banqueting hall and sat down to table, they were even more delighted than at first. For each one of them, there was a set of 6 golden dinner things: knife, spoon, fork, cup, dish, and plate, made on purpose as a present for each, and all different. One was set with pearls, another with diamonds, the third with rubies, the fourth with opals, the fifth with amethysts, the sixth with emeralds, the seventh with sapphires, and nobody could tell which was the most beautiful. They were just going to begin. Everybody was as happy could be, when all of a sudden there was a clashing of brazen claws and a rushing of wings, and something like a black cloud seemed to pass before the tall windows and darken all the rooms so that the guests could hardly see their plates. Then the great doors burst open with a terrible bang, and an old fairy in a long, trailing black gown with her face almost hidden in a black hood jumped out of a black chariot drawn by fierce griffins and stalked up to the table. The king turned pale, and the queen nearly fainted away, for this was the spiteful fairy Tormentia, who lived all alone in an immense distance away from everywhere and everyone, in a dismal black stone castle in the middle of a desert. The poor queen had been so happy and busy that she had forgotten all about her and never sent her an invitation. However, they all tried to make the best of it, and another chair was brought and another place laid for Tormentia, and both the king and queen told her over and over again how very, very sorry they were not to have asked her. It was all in vain. Nothing could please her. She would eat and drink nothing, and she sat scowling and looking angrily at the other fairies' jeweled cups and dishes until the feast was over and it was time to give the presents. Then they all went to the great tapestried room where the tiny princess lay sleeping in her mother-of-pearl cradle, and the 7 fairies began to say what they would each give her. The first stepped forward and said, "She shall always be as good as gold." The second, "She shall be the cleverest princess in the world." The third, "She shall be the most beautiful." The fourth, "She shall be the happiest." The fifth, "She shall have the sweetest voice that was ever heard." The sixth, "Everyone shall love her." And then the wicked old cross fairy strode over to the cradle with long, quick steps and said, shaking her black crooked stick at the king and queen, "And I say that she shall prick her hand with a spindle and die of the wound." At this, the queen fell on her knees and begged and prayed Tormentia to call back her cruel words. But suddenly the 7th fairy, the youngest of all, who knew Tormentia well and had hidden herself behind the curtains for fear that some such thing might happen, came out and said, "Do not cry so, dear queen. I cannot quite undo my cousin's wicked enchantment, but I can promise you that your daughter shall not die, but only fall asleep for 100 years. And when these are past and gone, a prince shall come and awaken her with a kiss." So the king and queen dried their tears and thanked the kind fairy Heartease for her goodness, and all the fairies went back to their homes, and things went on much as usual in the palace. But you can imagine how careful the queen was of her little girl, and the king made a law that every spindle in the country must be destroyed, and that no more should be made, and that anyone who had a spindle should be heavily punished if not executed at once. Well, the years went by happily enough until the Princess Miranda was almost 18 years old, and all that the 6 fairies had promised had come true, for she was the best and the prettiest and the cleverest princess in all the world, and everybody loved her. And indeed, by this time, Tormentia's spiteful words were almost forgotten. "Poor old thing," the queen would sometimes say. "She was so angry at being left out that she did not know what she was saying. Of course she didn't really mean it." Now the king and queen had to go away for a few days to a great entertainment that one of their richest nobles was giving at his country house. And as the princess did not wish to go, they left her behind with her ladies-in-waiting in the beautiful old palace. For the first 2 days, she amused herself very well, but on the third, she missed her father and mother so much that, to pass the time till they came back, she began exploring all the old lumber rooms and out-of-the-way attics in the palace, and laughing at the dusty furniture and queer curiosities she found there. At last, she found herself at the top of a very narrow, winding stairway in a tall turret that seemed even older than all the rest of the palace. And when she lifted the latch of the door in front of her, she saw a little low chamber with a curiously painted walls, and there sat a little old woman in a high white cap, spinning at a wheel. For some time, she stood at the door watching the old woman curiously. She could not imagine what she was doing, for the princess had never seen a spinning wheel in her life before because, as I told you, the king had ordered them all to be destroyed. Now, it happened that the poor old woman who lived in this tower had never heard the king's command, for she was so deaf that if you shouted until you were hoarse, she would never have been able to understand you. "What pretty work are you doing there, Goody? And why does that wheel go whir?" said the princess. The old woman neither answered nor looked up, for, of course, she did not hear. So the princess stepped into the room and laid her hand upon the old woman's shoulder. Goody started then, looked up and rubbed her eyes. "Dearie, dearie me," cried she, in a high, cracked voice. "And who may you be, my pretty darling?" "I'm the Princess Miranda," screamed the maiden in her ear, but the old woman only shook her head. She could hear nothing. The princess then pointed to the spindle and made the old woman understand she wanted to try if she could work it. So Goody nodded and laughed and got up from her seat, and the princess sat down and took the spindle in her hand. But no sooner did she touch it than she pricked the palm of her hand with the point and sank down with a swoon. Immediately a deep silence fell on all around. The little bird that only a moment before had been singing so sweetly upon the windowsill hushed his song. The distant hum of voices from the courtyard beneath ceased. Even Goody stopped short in the directions she was giving to the princess, and neither moved hand nor foot towards the poor little maid, and all because she had fallen fast asleep as she stood. Below in the castle it was just the same. The king and the queen, who had that moment returned from their journey and were inquiring for their daughter, fell asleep before the lady-in-waiting could answer them. And as to the lady herself, she had begun to snore, in a ladylike manner, of course, before you could have winked your eye. The soldiers and men-at-arms slumbered as they stood. The page-boy fell asleep with his mouth wide open, and a fly that had just been going to settle on his nose fell asleep too in midair. Although the sun had been shining brightly when the princess took the spindle in her hand, no sooner did she prick herself with the point than deep shadows darkened the sunny rooms and garden. It was just as though night had overtaken them, but there was no one in or near the palace to heed whether it was dark or light. This sudden darkness had been caused by a magic wood which had sprung up all around the palace and its grounds. It was at least half a mile thick and was composed of thorns and prickly plants, through which it seemed impossible for anyone to penetrate. It was so thick and high that it hid even the topmost towers of the enchanted castle, and no one outside could have dreamed that such a castle lay behind it. Well, and so years went on and on and on, until 100 years had passed, and the palace and the story of it were all but forgotten. And it happened that a king's son from a neighboring country came hunting that way with his men and horses and dogs. And in the excitement of the chase, he rode on until he became separated from his servants and attendants, and found himself in a part of the country where he had never been before. In vain he tried to retrace his steps. He only seemed to wander farther away in the wrong direction. Presently, he came to a woodcutter's cottage and dismounted to ask the way. An old man lived in this hut, and after he had directed the prince as to the best way back, the young man pointed to a thick wood ahead and asked what lay beyond it. Then the old man told him that there was a legend that beyond the wood was an enchanted palace where a beautiful princess had lain sleeping for 100 years and whom a prince was to awaken with a kiss. Directly the Prince Florimond heard this, nothing would serve, but he must go there and see for himself, if the tale were true. So he rode until he came to the edge of the wood, and there he got off his horse and began to push his way through the thorny thicket. It was hard work indeed, for the briars were so strong and so sharp that you would never believe that anyone could get past them, and they closed up behind him as he went. But he was strong and brave, and after a time the way became easier until at last he came to the palace. There everyone was sleeping, the sentinels and soldiers in the courtyard, the cooks in the kitchen, the pages and lords and ladies in waiting in the corridors and chambers, and in the great throne room the king and queen on their golden and ivory thrones. Prince Florimond passed on, wondering more and more, till he came at length to the narrow staircase which led to the little tower in which the princess had fallen asleep. He mounted this, and then came the greatest wonder of all. The beautiful sleeping lady in her glistening white robes. She was so beautiful that to see her almost took away his breath, and falling on his knees, he bent to kiss her cheek. And as he kissed her, she opened her lovely blue eyes and said, smiling, "Oh, Prince, have you come at last? I've had such pleasant dreams." Then she sat up laughing and rubbing her eyes, and gave him her hand, and they went hand in hand together down the stairs and along the corridors, till they came to the throne room. And there were the king and queen rubbing their eyes too, and they kissed their daughter and welcomed the prince most gladly. And all the same time, the whole palace was awake. Cocks crowed, dogs barked, the cats began to mew, the spits to turn, the clocks to strike, the soldiers presented arms, the heralds blew their trumpets, the head cook boxed with a little scullion's ears, the butler went on drinking his fat half-finished tankard of wine, the first lady-in-waiting finished winding her skein of silk. Everything, in short, went on exactly as though the spell had lasted 100 seconds instead of years. To be sure, Princess Miranda's pretty white dress was just as one as Prince Florimon's great-grandmother might have worn, but that gave them something to laugh at. And now my story is done, for I need hardly tell you that the prince and princess were married amid great rejoicings and lived happily ever after, and that the 7 fairy godmothers danced at their wedding. So all ended well, and what more could anyone wish? The end. Whew.
Hey, Norbs, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to girldm. Clap, clap. Thank you for the claps. Drinking water. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. Clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap.
Water time.
Every time I drink water, just no tracking. I'm alive. Hello, Gandhi. Welcome back.
Let's see here. What are... That's a scary looking poem. If girldm had coffee and sugar rush, would she be able to control herself? Maybe. I'm not sure. I got up in time? Hey, nice job. Looks like she's phasing through dimensions. Yes. I'm resynchronizing with this current dimension. There we go.
10 more minutes.
Make them count. Have to find 2 dimensions.
Big comfy, glad to hear. Hey, thank you very much, Zero Kid, for the videos. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Katores, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to girldm. That's me.
That's been a really comfy stream though.
Yay!
To tell you the truth, I was actually super nervous setting this up because I haven't really done like a stream like this before. So like I was messaging friends earlier and I was like, wow, what if this doesn't turn out? What if people don't like it? What if it's boring? What if it's other stuff? So I was actually pretty nervous starting stream today because I haven't really done this before. You did great, thank you. Very comfy. Oh, Hikaru, this is for Hikaru. There you go, that's for Hikaru. There you go. It's all good and relaxed, you did well. Yay, thank you. Nice my wrinkled fur. Yay, very comfy. Felt so relaxed. Yay, good. Happy. Oh, that's sad. This is happy. This is happy face. This is... Well, that's no tracking. Seems like you did it a ton of times. So love the atmosphere you put together. Yay, thank you. Actually, here, let me turn off the background really quickly. Not the background. Let me turn off the window capture just so you can see. Because I actually had my friend make a raining background for me.
Hi, Altevius. Your voice is soft, so it's nice. Yay! Happy to hear. Very soft. Reading very soft. The buttons. Yeah, the buttons are right next to each other on the expression thing I've set up. When's next stream? Next stream is going to be on Friday. Woke up from nap right on time. Hey, good to hear. The Tory Gate's great, isn't it? So my friend Vaults, she did the animation for me, so you can actually see that the smoke is moving, and the smoke in the back is moving too. And there's little fairy lights that go back and forth as well. Not done yet. Not done yet. I can do one more. I can do one more. Oh, there's one eye, two eyes, three eyes. I like that one, but this one's also really good too. There we go. We're gonna read 7 at one blow. Started raining outside, comfy levels over 9,000. Hey! Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay. This is by the Brothers Grimm. Brothers Grimm. German fairy tales can be real dark. No, this one is one that's goodness. Okay. You've done so well, and you make the entire stream feel so comfy and relaxed. Thank you, Dimo. Thank you. Hope the next one just like a full 250-page book. Heck. The Grimm brothers. Yes, Brothers Grimm. So, this is 7 at one blow. A tailor sat in his workroom one morning, stitching away busily at a coat for the Lord Mayor. He whistled and sang so gaily that all the little boys who passed the shop on their way to school thought what a fine thing it was to be a tailor, and told one another that when they grew to be men, they'd be tailors too. "How hungry I feel, to be sure," cried the little man at last. "But I'm far too busy to trouble about eating. I must finish his lordship's coat before I touch a morsel of food." And he broke once more into a merry song. "Fine new jam for sale," sang out an old woman as she walked along the street. "Jam? I can't resist such a treat," said the tailor, and running to the door he shouted, "This way for jam, dame. Show me a pot of your very finest." The woman handed him jar after jar, but he found fault with all. At last he hit upon some to his liking. "And how many pounds will you take, sir?" "I'll take 4 ounces," he replied in a solemn tone, "and mind you give me good weight." The old woman was very angry, for she had expected to sell several pounds at least, and she went off grumbling after she had weighed out the 4 ounces. "Now for a feed," cried the little man, taking a loaf from the cupboard as he spoke. He cut off a huge slice and spread the jam on quite half an inch thick. Then he suddenly remembered his work. "It will never do to get jam on the Lord Mayor's coat, so I'll finish it off before I take even one bite," said he. So he picked up his work once more, and his needle flew in and out like lightning. I am afraid the Lord Mayor had some stitches in his garment that were quite 1/4 of an inch long. The tailor glanced longingly at his slice of bread and jam once or twice, but when he looked the 3rd time, it was quite covered with flies, and a fine feast they were making of it. This was too much for the little fellow. Up he jumped, crying, "So you think I provide bread and jam for you indeed? Well, we'll very soon see. Take that!" And he struck the flies such a heavy blow with a duster that no fewer than 7 lay dead upon the table, while the others flew up to the ceiling in great haste. "7 at one blow," said the little man with great pride. "Such a brave deed ought to be known all over the town, and it won't be my fault if folks fail to hear of it." So he cut out a wide belt and stitched on it in big golden letters the words, "7 at one blow." When this was done, he fastened it around him, crying, "I'll cut out something better than a tailor. It's quite clear. I am one of the world's greatest heroes, and I'll be off at once to seek my fortune." He glanced round the cottage, but there was nothing of value to take with him.
The only thing he possessed in the world was a small cheese. "You may as well come too," said he, stowing away the cheese in his pocket. "And now I'm off." When he got into the street, the neighbors all crowded round him to read the words on his belt. "7 at one blow," said they to another. "What a blessing he's going, for it wouldn't be safe to have a man about us who could kill 7 of us at one stroke." You see, they didn't know that the tailor had only killed flies. They took it to mean men. He jogged along for some miles until he came to a hedge where a little bird was caught in the branches. "Come along," said the tailor. "I'll have you to keep my cheese company." So he caught the bird and put it carefully into his pocket with the cheese. Soon he reached a lofty mountain, and he made up his mind to climb it and see what was going on at the other side. When he reached the top, there stood a huge giant, gazing down into the valley below. "Good day," said the tailor. The giant turned round, and seeing nobody but the little tailor there, he cried with scorn. "And what might you be doing here, might I ask? You'd best be off at once." "Not so fast, my friend," said the little man. "Read this." "7 at one blow," read the giant, and he began to wish he'd been more civil. "Well, I'm sure nobody would think to look at you," he replied, "but since you are so clever, do this." And he picked up a stone and squeezed it until water ran out. "Do that? Why, it's mere child's play to me." And the man took out his cheese and squeezed it until the whey ran from it. "Now who is cleverer?" asked the tailor. "You see, I can squeeze the milk out, while you only get water." The giant was too surprised to utter a word for a few minutes. Then, taking up another stone, he threw it so high into the air that for a moment they couldn't see where it went. Then down it fell to the ground again. "Good," said the tailor, "but I'll throw a stone that won't come back again at all." Taking the little bird from his pocket, he threw it into the air, and the bird, glad to get away, flew right off and never returned. This sort of thing didn't suit the giant at all, for he wasn't used to being beaten by anyone. "Here's something that you'll never manage," said he to the little man. "Just come help me to carry this fallen oak tree for a few miles." "Delighted," said the tailor, "and I'll take the end with the branches, for it's sure to be heavier." "Agreed," replied the giant, and he lifted the heavy trunk onto his shoulder, while the tailor climbed up among the branches at the other end, and sang with all his might as though carrying a tree was nothing to him. The poor giant, who was holding the tree trunk, and the little tailor as well, soon grew tired. "I'm going to let it fall," he shouted, and the tailor jumped down from the branches and pretended he'd been helping the entire time. "The idea of a man your size finding a tree too heavy to carry," laughed the little tailor. "You are a clever little fellow, and no mistake," replied the giant. "And if you'll only come and spend the night in our cave, we shall be delighted to have you." "I shall have great pleasure in coming, my friend," answered the little tailor, and together they set off for the giant's home. There were 7 more giants in the cave, and each one of them was eating a roasted pig for his supper. They gave the little man some food, and then showed him a bed in which he might pass the night. It was so big that after tossing about for half an hour in it, the tailor thought he would be more comfortable if he slept in the corner, so he crept out without being noticed. In the middle of the night, the giant stole out of bed and went up to the one where he thought the little man was fast asleep. Taking a big bar of iron, he struck such a heavy blow at it that he woke up all the other giants. "Keep quiet, friends," said he. "I've just killed the little scamp." The tailor made his escape as soon as possible, and he journeyed on for many miles until he began to feel very tired, so he lay down under a tree and was soon fast asleep. When he awoke, he found a big crowd of people standing around him. Up walked a very wise-looking man who was really the king's prime minister. "Is it true that you have killed 7 at one blow?" he asked. "It is a fact," answered the little tailor. "Then come with me to the king, my friend, for he's been searching for a brave man like you for some time past. You are to be made captain of his army, and the king will give you a fine house to live in." "That I will," replied the little man. "It is just the sort of thing that will suit me, and I'll come at once." He hadn't been in the king's service long before everyone grew jealous of him. The soldiers were afraid that if they offended him, he would make short work of them. short work of them all, while the members of the king's household didn't fancy the idea of making such a fuss over a stranger. So the soldiers went in a body to the king and asked that another captain should be put over them, for they were afraid of this one. The king didn't like to refuse for fear they should all desert, and yet didn't dare rid of the captain, in case such a strong and brave man should try to have his revenge. At last the king hit upon a plan. In some woods close by there lived two giants, who were the terror of the countryside. They robbed all the travelers, and if any resistance was offered, they killed the men on the spot. Sending for the little tailor, he said, "Knowing you to be the bravest man in the kingdom, I want to ask a favor of you. If you will kill these two giants and bring me back proof that they are dead, you shall marry the princess, my daughter, and have half of my kingdom. You shall also take up 100 men to help you, and you are to set off at once." The tailor chose 10 strong men. "Oh, 100 men, your majesty. Pray, what do I want with 100 men? If I can kill 7 at one blow, I needn't be afraid of 2. I'll kill them fast enough, never fear." The tailor chose 10 strong men and told them to await him on the border of the wood, while he went on quite alone. He could hear the giants snoring for quite half an hour before he reached them, so he knew in which direction to go. He found the pair fast asleep under a tree, so he filled his pockets with stones and climbed up one of the branches over their heads. Then he began to pelt one of the giants with missiles, until after a few minutes one of the men awoke. Giving the other a rough push, he cried, "If you strike me like that again, I'll know the reason why." "I didn't touch you," said the other giant crossly, and they were soon fast asleep once more. Then the tailor threw stones at the other man, and soon he awoke as the first had done. "What did you throw that at me for?" said he. "You are dreaming," answered the other. "I didn't throw anything." No sooner were they fast asleep again than the little man began to pelt them afresh. Up they both sprang, and seizing each other, they began to fight in real earnest. Not content with using their fists, they tore up huge trees by the roots and beat each other until very soon the pair lay dead on the ground. Down climbed the little tailor, and taking his sword in his hand, he plunged it into each giant, and then went back to the edge of the forest where the 10 men were waiting for him. "They are as dead as 2 doornails," shouted the little man. "I don't say that I had an easy task, for they tore up trees by the roots to try to protect themselves with. But of course, it was no good. What were 2 giants to a man who has slain 7 at one blow?" But the men wouldn't believe it until they went into the forest and saw the 2 dead bodies lying each in a pool of blood, while the ground was covered with uprooted trees. They went to the king, but instead of handing over half his kingdom as he had promised, his majesty told the little tailor that got there that there was still another brave deed for him to do before he got the princess for his bride. "Just name it, then. I'm more than ready," was the man's reply. "You are to kill the famous unicorn that is running wild in the forest and doing so much damage. When this is done, you shall have your reward at once." "No problem at all, your majesty. I'll get rid of him in a twinkling." He made the 10 men wait for him at the entrance to the wood as they had done the first time, and taking a stout rope and a saw, he entered the forest alone. Up came the unicorn, but just as it was about to rush at the man, he darted behind a big tree. The unicorn dashed with such force against the tree that its horn was caught quite fast, and it was kept a prisoner. Taking his rope, he tied it tightly round the animal, and after sawing off the horn, back he went to the palace, leading the unicorn by his side. But even then the king was not satisfied, and he made the little tailor catch a wild boar that had been seen wandering in the woods. He took a party of huntsmen with him, but again he made them wait on the outskirts of the forest while he went on by himself. The wild boar made a dash at the little tailor, but the man was too quick for it. He slipped into a little building close by, with the animal at his heels. Then, catching sight of a small window, he forced his way out into the forest again, and while the boar, who was too big and clumsy to follow, stood gazing at the spot where he had disappeared, the tailor ran around and closed the door, keeping the animal quite secure inside. Then he called the hunters, who shot the boar and carried the body back to the palace. This time, the king was obliged to keep his promise, so the little tailor became a prince, and the grand wedding they had too. When they had been married for a couple of years, the princess overheard her husband talking in his sleep. "Boy, if you have put a patch on that waistcoat, take the Lord Mayor's coat home at once or I'll box your ears," he said. "Oh dear," cried the princess, "to think that I've married a common tailor. Whatever can I do to get rid of him?" So she told her father the story, and the king said she need not worry, for he would find a way out of the difficulty. She was to leave the door open that night, and while the tailor was sleeping, the king's servants should steal into the room, bind the tailor, and take him away to be killed. The princess promised to see that everything was in readiness, and she tripped about all day with a very light heart. She little knew that one of the tailor's servants had overheard their cruel plot, and carried the news straight to his master. That night, when the princess thought her husband was sleeping fast, she crept to the door and opened it. To her great terror, the tailor began to speak. "Boy, take the Lord's mayor's coat home, or I'll box your ears. Haven't I killed 7 at one blow? Haven't I slain 2 giants, a unicorn and a wild boar? What do I care for the men who are standing outside my door at this moment?" At these words, off flew the men, as though they had been shot from a gun, and no more attempts were ever made on his life, so the princess had to make the best of a bad job. He lived on, and when the old king died, he ascended to the throne in his stead. So the brave little tailor became ruler over the whole kingdom, and his motto throughout his whole life was 7 at one blow. The end. Hey, Night Fury and John Paul and Avgail and Sinatusa and Jamester Man and Oh Wolf for Life. Welcome to girldm. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Fake it till you make it. Yep, 100%. Fight smarter, not harder. Yep.
Hi, Soma.
Taylor, Paul Q. Yeah. Smart Taylor. I heckin' hate bronze. Oh no. Wait, where are you bronze in? Hello, Cagliostro. All right, so with that, let me turn this off. Oh, League. Dude was so big head, right? I'm enjoying this greatly. Glad to hear, Rochelle. So that, let me just move back over here. And let me move chat over to here. Chat, what are you guys doing in that corner there? Huh? You guys need to be up here. I don't speak English, don't understand a word you say. I love listening to you. Aw, thank you. There, why am I? There we go. Sadly, we're at the end. It's the end time. It's time for the end. So, we're going to find somebody to raid. Nice stream. Thank you, Nava. Thank you. Let's see here. We're gonna find someone that's nice and comfy. It's only the beginning of the end. It is. Oh, thank you, Fox, for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I need to move my alert box down. There we go. This is the best comfy stream I've experienced. Yay! Happy. I enjoyed the stream. Till next time, thank you. I'm glad everybody enjoyed it. Thank you. Ooh, this person's playing Ni no Kuni. This one has good vibes. No more comfy. We're almost done. Yup. Very, very comfy, so fun. Yay! Happy to hear. I'm just gonna check and see.
What are you talking about? Wait, we didn't get that.
Let's see here. What about the horror game? Why not raid one of them? I'm looking to see. That was quite the rating, thank you. Yay, glad you enjoyed. We could celebrate Kadu's birthday. Is Kadu live right now? Oh, Kadu is live. Hang on a sec. Whoop. It is Kadu's birthday today. Do we want to go and wish Kadu happy birthday?
I'm so bad! Hey, Sid, how you doing today?
Yeah, he's Zeldang. Okay, we're gonna go and raid my friend Kadu. This is your warning. If you're wanting to get, like, stay comfy, it's not going to be comfy anymore.
You're fucking kidding me!
Okay? So we're gonna wish, it's Kadu's birthday today, so we're gonna wish him a happy birthday. So, Kadu's he's a little frustrated, but you know what? We're gonna just raid him anyways. Easy
Maybe- well,
anti-comfy,
maybe
yes.
If you miss your parries, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, I do miss my parries a lot.
'Kay.
Yes, I know.
Uncomfy raid. No, it's going to, yeah, uncomfy raid is gonna be.
Shit. How did you stream Sin?
Okay, this is our raid call. The baby man birthday.
Give it a bomb with free shit, it goes.
Baby man birthday, okay. And I'll see you guys on Friday. I'm gonna be playing.
I do like
Well,
fuck all to
Do
him.
do Bible thump if it's if
Cutie,
you don't have my
cutie, man
emotes,
takes
okay?
No damage.
Okay. And don't forget the space afterwards. Sorry, put a space afterwards. Okay. We're gonna go.
Fuck.
I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys on Friday. Okay. I'm gonna be playing Fall Guys. It'll be a lot more hype. But big kisses to you. Big heckin' cheers for your rest of your
Everything-
week.
I'm
Okay.
trying.
You heckin' got this. Keep doing your best. Okay.
I'm trying to
Gonna
parry
heckin'
the
cheer you for
fucking
it, okay?
platypuses, man.
Let's go. Let's go. Baby man birthday raid the Kadu. See ya, gamers.
That's great to hear. That's so great to hear.